Hello, good morning, students. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, last class we started with the relationship between other social sciences and sociology. So, we were discussing how sociology has a relationship with history and how historical facts and historical analysis of social situations give birth to the documentation of the matters related to sociology. So, if we go back into our classes, we have realized that sociology is deeply rooted in the historical evidences of our society. So, therefore, history has a remarkable impact on the growth and development of sociology. So, we have to acknowledge that it is through history that different societies comparison has came up, and comparative historical analysis has been used by sociologists for the development of its subject matter. So there are different sociologists like, let's say, for example, August Comte, then Karl Marx, Max Weber. So all these people has used history for its uh, manifestation of the subject of different theories. So now we'll discuss in details about the relationship between history and sociology. So historical facts has always uh, been a concern for many social sciences, and after scientific revolution, after enlightenment, after French Revolution, the documentation of this series of events has been marked in history. And uh, the thing is, like, it is through the phases of development of the subject, the the methods and the methodologies are always been brought up from history. So that is why uh, in different spaces we can see that history has always remained an important cornerstone for sociology. Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Is anyone having any doubt?
No, sir.
Okay. So the only thing is, in history that doesn't match with sociology is like, the subject is very old as compared to the subject of sociology, and in history there are no definite theories that we use in sociology. In sociology we have a plethora of theories, and where different type of theoretical understanding and theoretical perspectives are being used. But whereas in history, compared to sociology, a similar kind of theories are not used. That is why we can see that history has always like it has always been influential in developing the theories of sociology. So it's the other way around. So sociological thinking and sociological facts has always been borrowed from history uh, for like building the subject. Okay. So after history, we have also the importance of sociology and how sociology is related with other social sciences such as political science, then economics, and psychology as in particular. But before that, uh, we'll dig more into some of the like comparison between history and let's say sociology. So if we take two sociologists in particular, that is Max Weber and Karl Marx, we can see that how their works has been emphasized on historical explanations. In Max Weber, in his work Economy and Society, so Max Weber, he is also one of the pioneer sociologists, so who has brought up this thing called subjective sociology or interpretative sociology, where he talks about his one of his greatest work on economy and society, where he brings out that historical explanations are very much required for maintaining the propositions of the theories used in economics, and also the theories that are being emerged in the society. So, if we see about the origin and consequences of society and economy, we can see that particular historical phenomena takes place, and because of this particular historical phenomena, only the embedding of economy and societies takes place in modern state or in our modern era. So uh, many intellectuals and many sociologists, apart from Karl Marx and let's say, for example, Max Weber, they have uh, specifically in the turn of 19th and 20th century, they have begun to read history, and therefore a development of history has came up that is known as social history. And this uh, emerging thing in social history, we can see from the example of, let's say, for example, Karl Marx historical understanding of his development of society that is known as uh, historical materialism. So, what is historical materialism? It is also a theory based on how societies are being evolved or how societies are being transformed because of material. So, materials are the objects, and these objects are being manifested or they are being transformed into different products through industries, through factories, and through the production process. These are being distributed or these are being outsourced to different parts. So here, because of this thing called product, society has changed, and according to Marx, society has changed through the history of products, where he tells his theory about historical materialism, where he depicts that society has transformed into different phases. Like, for example, the earliest phase is known as the ancient society. After that, it has been evolved into uh, Asiatic society. After that, it has been evolved to feudal society. After that, it has been evolved to, yes, feudal society. Then we have the capitalist society or industrial society, and at last, according to Marx, we'll be having a society that is known as the socialist society. So here, from ancient to slave to feudal to capitalist, this societies has been transformed because of a series of historical events that has took place. So during ancient society, there was no division of labor. There was a bit of collaboration among every people, and society was not that much complex. It was very simple. People were dependent on hunting and gathering. So during those places, during those times, a historical event of human being for sustenance depicts that people were been collectively staying together and living together, where where there was no existence of economic transactions as such as today we have in the market economy. But after that historical situation changed from sustenance to labor to slavery to class domination, different type of society has came up. So Marx also says that because of historical events, because of a series of historical events, society have changed, and that is why every scholar in sociology, they have a significant shift towards history. Now, uh, Durkheim, another sociologist, he also advocated for a broad-based study on history. Uh, for Durkheim, the methodological traditions that society and history during the 20th century diverged. It was because there was a no complete separation between the two, and it was primarily for this reason. uh, research orientation based on historical sociology took place and gradually got prominence in the society, where sociological studies greatly merged or greatly relied on history. So Durkheim also took history for his formulation of theory of division of labor, where he uh, compared two types of societies of ancient and modern societies, and because of which the modern societies he have compared with the historical evidences that have changed the ancient society, or how the historical events have changed the ancient society to the modern society, and because of which different looks for traditional thinking have changed, and that change has been depicted through solidarity, where he says that in the ancient society there is a type of solidarity where people are directly connected to each other, that is known as mechanical solidarity. And in modern societies people are indirectly connected to one another, that is organic solidarity. So therefore, every sociology, that is the classical ones which I am discussing, like right from August Comte to Immanuel Durkheim to Karl Marx to Max Weber, everyone has used history, and the particular methodology of their uses of history is known as comparative history or social history. So therefore, these developments in the history, in the subject of history, has turned up to be a golden age for sociology, because historical developments from the 19th century to 20th century has greatly influenced and has greatly shaped the subject. So uh, to understand different concepts such as modernization, let's say for example urbanization, let's say for example development, so these topics or these subjects or these phenomena can't be studied by keeping history at a distance or by ignoring history. So if we have to discuss modernization of society, if we have to discuss development in society, urbanization in society, or culture in society, we have to take cognizance of history. Without history, we won't be able to study these subjects, or we won't be able to study these points. So this was a, a very brief understanding of how sociology depends on history. Now I have discussed the differences. Okay. Now both intellectual disciplines, they came or they come from the same domain of social sciences. Both the discipline differs in their methods, in their approaches, and in their purposes. So different historians who studied history in the mid 20th century, they compared research approaches of both sociology and history. So different historians and different sociologists, they take into cognizance that history and sociology, they differ in their orientation towards past and present respectively. So both the subjects has a different type of mindset, has a different type of thinking, and has a different type of perspective and methods while depicting past and present. So historians emphasizes their findings based on time and space, that is on local evidences, based on local evidences, or based on some evidences that is written or excavated, or or it is found or discovered. Whereas sociologists, they try to understand the past through time and space dimension, in terms of relationships that people had or relationships that people maintained in those areas. So the major differences in this regard is the nature of data or evidences that is put into analysis. So the source of data may be same for both the subjects, for history and sociology, But the analysis of data, how sociology does and how history does, it is different. Why? Because for sociology, the core subjective understanding of the historical phenomena are based on how to study and how to perpetuate the human relationships that people had during those times. But for history, it is based on the depictions of different phenomena that underwent in a certain time and space that is been subjected to evidential records based on local findings or excavations. So sociologists, they are mainly concerned with the past through primary data, where historians are concerned with the past and they look for secondary data in the archives for their past events. Now, this very point, it denotes a big differences, or it denotes a big difference between history and sociology. Why? So in sociology, we use primary data, and history in itself is a secondary data. Like, how can we say that? In sociology, we do field work, we do ethnographic works. So that is one type of method to collect data or to gather facts. In a certain type of sociological research, ethnography becomes one of its methods of data collection, or it is also one of the methodology. Now, primary facts are those facts where people directly go into the society and they visit people and they gather data through the people or through various sources. So this process of collecting data, it was formulated by a famous sociologist, Indian sociologist known as M.N. Srinivas. So he was the pioneer of ethnography in India, where he went to a place in Mysore, in Rampura village, and he wrote his book on dominant caste and his theory of Sanskritization and Westernization based on ethnography. That is through primary data collection. But historians, they don't go into the society, connect with people, they don't gather data by interviews, or they don't gather data by, uh, let's say, for example, case study. Case study that historians do, they don't gather data by face-to-face interviews or in-depth interviews, but they rely heavily on what is written in the past, who have written that in the past. So that is, if we get data from what someone has already recorded, that is known as secondary data. Evidences from newspapers, evidences from books, evidences from archives from the libraries, all these are secondary sources of data, and history depends or relies greatly in these data. But for us, we also take cognizance of these secondary data, but our main importance is on primary data. We go into the society, we talk with people, we interview them, we gather knowledge about them, and we formulate them into data. So this is primary data. So sociologists depends on, rely heavily on primary data, and historians look for secondary data in archives for the past events or the past events. So therefore, it is wrong to conclude that sociology and history are one. Both have differences. But history is no, in a no sense, it is same like a social sciences. It is same as other social sciences in like sociology, because the history also focuses on society. But the methods and the way of gathering data, it differences, or it differentiates from the subject of sociology. Okay, so historians, they collect the concrete data and interpreted it in a unique phenomena, where sociologists, they work on hypotheses, where they classify and arrange data in relevant or in different categories to formulate typical propositions. That is, like, in sociologists or in sociology, sociologists work on hypothesis. Now, what is hypothesis? This we'll learn in the methodology classes. Now, in simple sense, what I'm trying to say is, like, historians, they are more interested in collecting data from secondary sources and analyzing those data into some concrete evidences or into some unique phenomena. But whereas sociologists, they test those data, like what is the truth of those data, or what is the uh, validity of those data through scientific methods. So this is also one of the major differences between history and sociology. Okay. So does anyone has any doubt?
No, sir.
Okay. So you guys are getting that?
Sir, hello. Sir, I have one doubt. May I ask?
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure.
Sir, as you explained that how sociology and history connected to each other, but explain me one thing: how sociology help history?
Yes. How sociology help history? This is a very beautiful question asked by one of your fellow classmates, and we should know this. We should try to know this question and definitely know the answer of this question. This is a very important question, in fact. So thank you for asking and reminding me. See, sociology, it has developed history in the course of time. After the emergence of sociology, various historical facts that has been one-sided or that has been written in one dimension, sociology has been able to provide multiple dimensions for those facts or for those historical evidences. So history, in many a times, because of its historical methodological approach, the emancipation for knowledge was very narrow. But after sociology came in the 19th century, it contributed heavily on history by making its dimension broad, and where, because of sociology, multiple perspectives on one historical phenomenon came. Let's say, for example, industrial revolution. So industrial revolution is a historical phenomenon for everyone, but sociologists, they gave multiple dimensions into industrial revolution. Historians, they they treated that revolution as a historical phenomena subject to history, focusing on dates, focusing on events, focusing on the geography of those events. But sociology, on the other hand, taking or accepting these things, but contributed some other aspects also, like because of industrial revolution we had a market economy booming up. Because of market economies, people's economical transactions changed, because people's economical these things relationship have changed, where during barter economy people had trust on each other, but on market economy people don't trust each other. During, before industrial revolution, when there was no market economy, people had believed that it was trust which valuates or which determines the value of a product. But after industrial revolution, it is not trust that determines the value of the product, it is money that determines the value of a product. So human relationship have changed. Before industrial revolution, if I need something, I would go to my close ones and I would ask them, and without hesitance my close ones would help me. But after industrial revolution, after the market economy came into being, if I need something, if I ask someone, if people won't help me until and unless they don't get something in return. So people's way of thinking have changed, and these things sociology have contributed in a different manner, in a different editions to what history have said. And after, let's take industrial revolution again as an example. Because of industrial revolution, the family pattern have changed. People started working in industries, they left their homes, and that is why the joint family structure have changed and the nuclear family structure came. So human relationship have changed in various dimensions. So sociology helped history by adding these perspectives into historical phenomena, and where sociologists tell that because of this perspective, history has become more sociological now. Can you get my point?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Any doubt?
No, not now, sir.
Now, historical sociology has also become a sub-discipline of sociology or a separate branch within sociology. It has emerged because of the intersection between sociology and history that we have already discussed. The boundary between these two divisions are very thin, and that is why historical sociology has become a ladder between sociology and history. And therefore, through historical sociology, different issues in society such as family, kinship, migration, dowry system, development, these all has been past influences, but these things, because of their past influences, the present status of these institutes has been changed. Therefore, the past holds important clues to understand the present status of the problem within these institutes that has emerged. And to solve those problems, sociology has done a great work through sociological research, and where historical sociology has been interested in how people, communities, and societies has been changing over a period of time, and how they have transformed themselves into contemporary modern societies, and how people, they have changed these institutes in a important manner through evolution, through revolution, through imperialism. So this was something on the relationship between sociology and history. Now we have in our syllabus. Everyone has the syllabus.
No, sir.
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, I urge everyone to visit the university website and download the syllabus, because without syllabus it would be a very problem for us, because you guys won't be getting what I'm saying. So syllabus is a must for everyone. So everyone should download it from the university website so that we can understand what we are reading, or we can have a track on which part we are discussing. So it is unit 2 of our paper, that is Introduction to Sociology, and we are discussing the relationship of sociology with other social sciences. Now, after history, now we discuss what relationship sociology has with economics. So, to discuss the relationship between sociology and economics, we need to understand what kind of a subject economics is. So there has always been a connection between the social phenomena of our society, or the social conditions that has been a part of our society, and how it is deeply rooted in the economic development of the society. So different economic changes that comes from historical evidences through French Revolution and Industrial Revolution of 17th and 18th century. This development of economical changes has led to the development of sociology. So therefore, from a part of European history that has experienced tremendous social, political, and economic changes has resulted in the formulation of the subject of sociology. So, therefore, scientific understanding of these changes relies also heavily on the economic changes. So therefore, we can see that sociology and economics, they are also intertwined. Now, if we look what kind of a subject economics is, we'll understand that economics is a social science which deals with what human wants for their satisfaction, and classical economics is based on utility, it is based on production, consumption, and distribution. So people wants something which satisfies them. It may be a product or it may be a service, and there are always growing demands for this satisfaction of what people want, and therefore the economic backbone of a society is created based on this satisfaction. So different economical activities in the economic backbone of a society, right from a farmer working in a field to produce food or to produce crops, from a worker working in a factory to produce a product, or a bureaucrat or a servant working in an office to generate services for the common people. Or let's say, for example, the teachers were teaching to give services to the students. All this involves certain type of need which satisfies people or which satisfies other people who receives these services, and therefore economy is being created. Therefore different people undertake different type of activities. But are people working for free? No, right? We are working to satisfy our wants, to satisfy our demands, and therefore economy has arrived. You people are receiving knowledge because there is also one kind of economical understanding based in it. People, after learning, they have a tendency to use these evidences. They have a tendency to use these evidences for generating knowledge, and how this knowledge can be used in different type of jobs. So therefore various economic activities satisfies people's needs and wants, and therefore economic transaction in the society is built based on income and based on demands and based on what people needs. So in current scenario, people have multiple wants to satisfy, and people's wants includes basic needs such as food, clothes, shelter, and other needs such as education, health facilities, etc. Therefore, economic relationships becomes one of the subject matter of sociology, because human beings through economic relationships, they shape or change the society. And sociology is much more concentrated on understanding and learning these changes. So the changes economics has brought through the factory system, through the labor economy, through capitalism, through free market, through the formal economic activity, all these changes, or the results of this issues becomes a subject matter of sociology. That is why sociology is also greatly dependent on economics. Do you have any doubt?
No, sir.
Okay. So we can continue. Is everyone getting what I'm saying? Is everyone getting what I'm
Sir,
saying?
Yes, sir.
sir,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, as a science of society, the subject of sociology is highly concentrated in the institutes and the associations of human beings. So, economics is also one of the part of these associations. That is why economics is a social sciences which studies human behavior in relation to his unlimited ends and scarce means which have alternative uses. That is the effects that arise from economic activities gives satisfaction to human beings, and these satisfactions are very scarce. People does not get it for free. We need to work on them. So scarce resource has always been attracted to the human civilization, and human interrelationships has been changed because of the acceptance of these scarce resources, how people would avail these scarce resources, and what kind of conditions and consequences people have to go to avail these scarce resources has become one of the important criteria for human beings or for human civilizations, because from modern society or in the modern society everyone is running to uplift his lifestyle, to uplift his living senses, to uplift his rationality, to uplift knowledge, and therefore, in every aspect, there is the word economics involved in it. So, different type of economical organizations like banks, markets have emerged, and people are being involved in these organizations like banks and markets, and people are having a different kind of social relationship in these organizations. That is why, so it is obvious that sociology is concerned with these material needs of humans that are being created by economic organizations of banks and markets. Therefore, in present time, there exists a great deal of interrelationship between these two important branches, and both are interdependent and interrelated. So, economics is one of the branch in sociology. So, different type of sociologists has used economics as their subject matter for delivering theories. So, Karl Marx has used economics for his perspective or for his development of sociological theory that is known as historical economy. Then Max Weber has also used economics for his theoretical understanding or theorizing his concepts based on economy and society. Then Imal Durkheim has also used economics based on his theorizing of concept of or concepts of solidarity of labor, where he used the concept of or his theory of division of labor based on economy of the people. So different type of sociologists has used economy or has used economics for understanding society. So we know that economic welfare is part of social welfare. So in modern society, there are various economic problems, and we have seen how this problem has shaped society and how this problem have shaped social institutions, how this problem have changed or shaped the families and the individuals. And these economic problems, right from inflation, right from poverty, right from unemployment, have changed the scenarios of human relationships in the society. A better example can be taken from the evidence that is based on the financial crisis that have emerged in our neighbor country of Sri Lanka. So in Sri Lanka, we have seen in recent times how financial situation has led the country into jeopardy, where because of poverty, because of inflation, people's relationships among each other have changed, where people used to buy 10 things, now people are buying only one thing. So because of this series of events that happened in Sri Lanka, the whole situation of human relationships has changed. So if we take another example apart from Sri Lanka, that is during COVID-19 situation, the way we went through a series of crises that happened from 2020 to 2021 in those 2 years, and in 2022 in these 3 years, we have seen how economy has led to a series of problems in society, where the informal organization or the non-formal people involved in non-formal economic activities are being thrown out of their jobs because of lockdown, and because of which the human relationships have changed. People started to migrate from urban areas to rural areas, where it was other way around before. People in search of job, they have to leave their home in their villages to the towns. But in COVID-19 situation, where people in towns, where these people were having different economical activities, such as the laborers who were involved in the non-formal organization of economic activities, like the chai walas or like the part-time vendors. These people in COVID-19, they had to leave those urban areas and come back to their villages. So the pattern of migration changed, so for which human relationships also change. Now this is only one part of the example. Now we can give multiple evidences how not only it affected the institute of, economy. There are different social institutions, and economy is one of them. Because of COVID-19, the market economy was changed, family pattern have changed, the institution of education, polity, or family, all these institutions has been changed. The institution of religion has been changed. Because of lockdown, people were not been able to visit the mosque, the temple, the church, or the institution of marriage was also changed during the COVID-19 period, where because of lockdown or because of social distancing, people were not been able to conduct social marriages, where a huge type of gathering was allowed. So all these activities had a bit of economics notion in it, but it was changed because of COVID-19, and because of which the human relationships also undergone or also underwent through a series of changes. So therefore, economic activities of an example becomes a classical societal example for sociology. So therefore, classical sociologists like Max Weber, Wilfredo Pareto have done extensive and rigorous research on economy and society, which was later great beneficial for both the subjects, not only for sociology but also for economics. Let's take, for example, Karl Marx's understanding of historical materialism. So this part, or this uh, very knowledge of historical materialism is not only a subject matter of sociology, but it is also a subject matter of economics. Karl Marx has been extensively read by the sociology students, and at the same time, he is also read and taught for the economic student. So both the subjects rely heavily on the theorizing of Karl Marx. Similarly for Max Weber also. So we have Marxian economy as an economical theory in economics. Then we have Marxian analysis of class struggle as a sociological theory for sociologists. So how a single philosopher can be a subject matter of two subjects shows that how both of these subjects are heavily relied on each other. Okay. So it is very clear from what I have discussed that economics cannot go far alone or develop as an independent subject in social science, among the social sciences, without taking help from sociology. And at the same time, sociology cannot go that far and become an independent subject without taking help from economics. So both of these subjects greatly enriches on the knowledge creation and for the emancipation of knowledge. So economic factors greatly influence each and every aspects of our social life, and each and every aspects of the social life impacts the economical factors among the society. So some of the important social problems like dowry, suicide, these problems cannot be studied in sociology without taking help from economics. So here we can say that economics is a part of sociology, and without the help of economics, sociologists will not be able to find solutions for many social problems such as corruption, dowry, okay, female infanticide. So all these problems we can't study without taking help from economics. So therefore, the well-known social scientists Karl Marx and Max Weber are said to be pioneered in bridging the two disciplines together. Okay. So the area of cooperation between sociology and economics is widening day by day because of the modern society based on market economies, or because of the modern society relying heavily on market. Therefore, the horizon of both the subjects has been expanding day by day, and it is becoming more interdisciplinary day by day. So research has become more interdisciplinary. So economics work with sociologists in the study of social problems of economic development in the underdeveloped countries. So different problems arising in the underdeveloped countries or regions or in the continents of Africa and Asia, different countries are been going through different series of problems. So economics and sociologists, they work with each other to solve these problems or to find some to solution for this problem. Therefore, combined efforts of both the experts of the subjects may be a great practical help in mitigating the challenges that are being faced in society today. Therefore, it is clear that there are different types of social problems that are being studied by both sociologists and economics, and therefore economic changes results in social changes, and social changes results in economic changes. Now, these were the relationship between economics and sociology, and the similarities between economics and sociology. What's that?
Mm.
Okay, so now there are some differences between sociology and economics. Now, sociologists primarily studies about society and social relationships, but the main difference between them is economics study on wealth and choices of satisfaction, but sociologists, apart studying from other things, they also studies wealth and choice, but economics solely studies on wealth and choice. That is why economics rely heavily on mathematics, they rely heavily on graphs, they rely heavily on statistics. Okay, so this is one of the important differences between the two. Sociology is very new as compared to economics, but economics is very old as compared to sociology. So sociology is considered as an abstract social sciences, where economics is considered as a concrete social sciences in the domain of social sciences. Now, what is abstract and what is concrete? In sociology, we use less formulas, we use less theorems, we use less figures. But in economics, it's a concrete science where numbers are used, where theories are used, where formulas are used. Like we use the formula for GDP, we use the formula for GNP, we use the formulas for profit and losses. So it is based on mathematics, it is based on statistics. But in sociology, we don't use all these aspects of physical, social sciences, of mathematics and statistics. So this is also one of the differences between both the subjects. Sociology is concerned with the social activities of individuals, where economics is concerned with the economical activities. So society is studied as a unit in sociology, but individual is taken as a unit for the study of economics. So in sociology, we study society as a whole, but in economics, more emphasis is given on individual rather than on the society. So are you guys getting what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So rest we'll discuss in the next class. So if you have any doubt or any queries, you can ask me.
Sir,
Yes,
I
sir.
have one doubt.
Yes.
Sir,
Yes, please.
I have one doubt.
Yeah, please tell me.
Please explain sociology and economic.
Yes, economics
Yes,
greatly
sir.
greatly relied on one another because different economic activities have changed or have shifted a change in sociology. We have seen how different sociologists has used economics for theorizing their concepts, right from Karl Marx to August Comte to Max Weber. Everyone has focused on economics. Karl Marx, on giving his theory of historical materialism, he focused on economics. Max Weber, on giving his theory of economy and society for Protestant ethics and spirit of capitalism, he have also focused on economics. So economics, it is based on understanding how people's need and people's demands are based on fulfillment of one's concerns or for satisfaction of oneself. So it is based on utility, and this has become a subject matter for the sociologists too, because economical manifestation has always changed human relationships, and this change in human relationships becomes a subject matter for the study of sociology. Can you get my point? Can you get me?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Is there any doubt?
No, sir.
Okay, then we'll continue with the classes. Okay. So I guess everyone has understood what we have discussed today on the relationship of what history has with sociology, and in the next class we'll continue with sociology and economics. But before that, I ask everyone to download the syllabus and buy the books. Are, does everyone has the book? The reading?
Yes, sir. I have the study material.
Okay. Apart from study material, I urge everyone to buy the sociological book written by George Ridger. So this book will become a very important tool for you guys to understand sociology. And I ask everyone to get hold of a copy of this book and go through it. And if you have any doubt, then definitely you can ask me in the coming classes. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, students.
Good morning,
Well,
sir.
good morning. So, today we'll continue with your Unit 2, Unit 3, not Unit 2. Rural development in India. Okay, so rural development, by rural development, what we mean? It means that rural development refers to the method of enhancing the quality of life and financial well being of individuals, specifically living in a populated and remote areas. So traditionally, we could say rural development was centered on the misuse of land, intensive natural resources, that is, misuse of land intensive natural resources such as forestry, agriculture. However, today the increasing urbanization and change in global production networks have transformed the nature of rural areas. Rural development will remain rural development still remains the core of the overall development of the country. More than two-thirds of the country's people are dependent on agriculture for their livelihood, and one third one third of the country's people are dependent on agriculture for their livelihood, and on one third of rural India is still below the poverty line. Therefore, it is important for the government to be productive and provide enough facilities to upgrade their standard of living. Rural development is a team that concentrates on the actions taken for the development of rural areas to improve the economy. However, few areas are uh, mm, few areas that demand more focused attention and new initiatives are, that is, education, public health and sanitation, women empowerment, infrastructure development, that is electricity, irrigation, etc., facilities for agriculture extension and research, availability of credit, employment opportunities. So these are all different new initiatives that needs to be focused on. Then importance of rural development. Rural development is important not only for the majority of the population residing in rural areas, but also for the overall economic expansion of the nation. Rural development is considered to be of noticeable importance in the country today than in the olden days in the process of evolution of the nation. It is a strategy that tries to obtain an improved and productivity, higher socioeconomic equality and ambitions, and stability in social and economic development. The primary task is to decrease the famine that exists in roughly about 70% of the rural population and to make sufficient and healthy food available. The secondary task, the secondary task is to ensure the availability of clothing and footwear, a clean environment and house, medical attention, recreational provision, education, transport and communication, etc. Objectives of rural development. The objectives composed by the government in sixth five-year plan for rural developments are improve productivity and wages of rural people, then to guarantee increased and quick employment possibilities, to demolish unemployment and being a notable decline in underemployment, to guarantee an increase in the standard of living of the underprivileged population, to provide the basic needs that is elementary education, health care, clean drinking water, rural roads, etc. Okay, then new economic policy. The new economic policy, the impact of new economic policy on different kinds of rural development programs. NEP, we could say, the new economic policy 1991 is an important landmark event in the economic history of the country and so assume a lot of importance. So 1991 is a watershed in the history of independent India, as all of you know. So yeah, so especially in the economic growth of the country, it is the year the government decided to open up the Indian economy and assert it into a market economy from the previous controlled economy. The prime minister of the country at that time and the finance minister of India was going through an economic, sorry, the India was going through an economic crisis because of an issue with the balance of payments. So the government brought about some fundamental changes in the economic structure and approach to convert the crisis into an opportunity. So the objectives of new economic policy: enter into the field of globalization and makes the economy more market oriented. Then reduce the inflation rate and rectify the imbalance in payment. Then increase the growth rate of the economy and to create through foreign exchange reserves. Then stabilize the economy and convert the economy into a market economy by the removal of unwanted restrictions. Then allow the international flow of goods, capital, services, technology, human resources, etc., without too many restrictions. Then to enhance the participation of private players in all aspects of the country. For this, the reserved sectors for the government was reduced to just three branches of new economic policy, that is in 1991. Number one, liberalization, privatization, globalization. What is liberalization? Liberalization, number one, all commercial banks were now free to fix their interest rates. This was previously done by the RBI. Then investment limits for small scale industries was increased to rupees 1 crore. Indian industries were given the freedom to import capital goods. Then companies were given the freedom to expand and diversify the production capacities based on market requirements. Previously, the government used to fix the maximum limit of productive production capacity. Then restrictive trade practices were abolished. Licensing was removed in the private sector, and only a few industries were required to obtain licenses, namely liquor, cigarette, industrial explosives, defense equipments, hazardous chemicals, and drugs. Then privatization. That means under this, many public sector undertakings were sold to private players. Public sector undertaking shares were sold to private players. PSUs were disinvested. The number of industries reserved for the public sector was reduced to three. That is mining of atomic minerals, railway and transport, and atomic energy. Then globalization. Globalization means here tariffs were reduced, reduction of customs duties in import and export to attract global investors. Then foreign trade policy was for the long term, liberal and open policy that was enforced. The Indian currency was made partially convertible. Then the equity limit of foreign investment was increased. Then 1 minute. Wait for 2 minutes. We'll continue our discussion.
ആരാണ്? ഹലോ കേക്കണ്ടാ? കേക്കട്ടെ. കേക്കണ്ടാ?
Okay, so let us continue our discussion. Rural economy. Rural economy is dominant in our India, as all of you know. In our country, rural economy rural economy plays a dominant role in almost all activities of the Indian people. The most important thing about the rural economy is that it is very large and almost co-terminus with the Indian economy. This is so because it is massive in magnitude in many respects and is related to the ways of the economy in many ways. Rural India is two-thirds of our country, or more than a billion of people, living in around 638,365 villages and can earn one third of the national income. It epitomizes diversity that cuts across geographic condition to agro-economic, cultural, and social context. So it is a fact that we could say that rural economy is composed of many and large variety of economic activities. The largest component, which is the hub of the rural economy, that is agriculture. It consists of crop cultivation pertaining to various kinds of cereals, pulses, oilseeds, fruits, vegetables, together with its allied activities like livestock, which provide milk and milk products, meat and meat products. It constitutes a major suppliers of food and food articles, raw materials, and finished products also. Another nature-based activity which broadly forms a separate sector and is allied to agriculture is forest. Its major products include industrial wood and fuel wood of various types used for innumerable purposes and in number of ways. There is other minor forest produce like bamboos and canes, beedies leaves, lacs, even also contribute to rural economy. Still, another sector of agriculture consists of fishing, okay, then constituted of both inland fish and marine fish. The rural economy also depends on village rural industries, and they are mostly traditional industries, and that is of artisans based. The products are quite many and include khadi, leather, etc. There should be a greater focus on rural economy if India wants to become a developed country. So then we need to understand, now we will understand what is agrarian economy and what are the other different kinds of allied sector in rural India. So agricultural economy is one of the oldest form of economy still in existence, that is in existence, that is agricultural economy. Then it comes from the word agrarian, okay, so which means agriculture. Agrarian economy was gone through tremendous transformations. The major purpose behind this development is to increase productivity of the agrarian economy. The new ideas and technology are now being incorporated. uh, 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 Yes, agrarian economy has undergone tremendous changes. The major purpose of the development in agrarian economy is to increase productivity of agrarian cultivation. New ideas and technology are now being incorporated into agriculture. For instance, the genetically modified crops give higher yield, and cloning, artificial insemination, and crossbreeding result in superior quality of livestock that gives a higher yield that the local breeds. Despite modernization efforts, the agrarian economy has faced stiff competition from other forms of economies. For instance, many people have shifted from agrarian economy to industrial economies and other forms of white collar jobs. The bulking population has increasingly mounted pressure on the agricultural land, that is necessitating different strategies of livelihood. Threats of global warming and other climatic changes have also warranted means of diversification. Then problems in agriculture in India. So what are the different kinds of problems? That is number one problem, that is infrastructure. India has a very poor rural roads affecting timely supply of inputs and timely transfer of outputs from Indian farms. Irrigation systems are inadequate, leading to crop failure in some parts of the country because of lack of water. In other areas, regional floods, poor seed quality, and inefficient farming practices are there. Lack of cold storage and harvest spoils cause over 30% of the farms produced going to waste. Lack of marginalized retail and competing buyers, thereby limiting Indian farmers' ability to sell the surplus and commercial crops. The Indian farmers receive just 10% to 23% of the price the Indian consumers place for exactly the same produce. The difference going to losses, inefficiency, and middlemen. Farmers in developed economies of Europe and the United States receive 64% to 81%. Then productivity is also another problem. Although India has attained self-sufficiency in food staples, the productivity of its farm is the the mm, uh, the productivity of its farm is below that of the Brazil and the United States, France, and other nations. Indian wheat farms, for example, produce about a third of the wheat per hectare per year compared to farms in France. Rice productivity in India was less than half of the China, that is half of the China. Other staple productivity in India is similarly low. Indian tool factor productivity growth remains below 2% per annum. In contrast, China's total factor productivity growth is about 6% per annum. Even though China also has smallholding farmers, several studies suggest that India could eradicate its hunger and malnutrition and be a major source of food for the world by achieving productivity comparably with the other different kinds of countries. By contrast, Indian farms is some regions in some regions post the best yields for sugarcane, cassava, and tea crops. Crop yields vary significantly between Indian states. Some states produce 2 or 3 times more grain per acre than others. The, the crop yields for some farms in India are within 90% of the best achieved yields of by farms in developed countries such as United States and European Union. No single state of India is best in every crop. Tamil Nadu achieved high yields in rice and sugarcane, Haryana in wheat and coarse grain, Karnataka in cotton, Bihar in pulses, while other states do well in horticulture, aquaculture, flower and fruit plantations. These differences in agricultural productivity are a function of local infrastructure, soil quality, microclimates, local resources, farmers' knowledge, and innovations. The Indian food distribution system is highly inefficient. Movement of agricultural produce is heavily regulated with interstate and even inter-district restrictions on the marketing and movement of agricultural foods. One study suggests that Indian agricultural policy should best focus on improving rural infrastructure primarily in the form of irrigation and flood control measures, knowledge transfer of better yielding and more disease resistant seeds. Additionally, cold storage, hygienic food packaging, and efficient modern retail to reduce waste can improve output and rural income. Then next one, the low productivity in India is a result of different factors. Number one, the average size of land holding is very small and is subject to fragmentation due to Land Selling Act. Then adoption of modern agricultural practices and use of technology is inadequate, hampered by ignorance of such practices, high cost and impracticality in the case of small landholding. Then, according to the World Bank, Indian branches prioritize for agriculture and rural development. India's large agricultural subsidies are hampering productivity, enhancing investment. Over-regulation of agriculture has increased cost, price risk, and uncertainty. Government intervenes in labor, land, and credit markets. India has inadequate infrastructure and services. The World Bank also says that the allocation of water is inefficient, unsustainable, and inequitable. The irrigation infrastructure is deteriorating. The overuse of water is being covered by over pumping aquifers, but as these are the falling by 1 foot of groundwater each year. This is limited resource. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released a report that food security may be a big problem in the region that is post 2000 sorry, yes, 2030. Illiteracy, general socio-economic backwardness, slow progress in implementing land reform, and inadequate or inefficient finance and marketing service for farm produce. Then inconsistent government policy, agricultural subsidies and taxes are often changed without notice for certain political ends. Irrigation facilities are inadequate. Then uh, a third of all food that is produced rots due to inefficient supply chains. To improve efficiency is blocked by laws against foreign investment in the retail sector. Then farmer suicide. In 2012, wait for a minute, we'll continue. In
What
2012,
happens?
the National Crime Record Bureau of India reported 13,754 farmer suicides. Farmer suicides accounts for 11.2% of all suicides in India. Activities and scholars afford a number of conflicting reasons for farmer suicide, such as monsoon failure, high debt burdens, genetically modified crops, government policies, public mental health, personal issues, and family problems. Then, the rural economic structure. Agriculture sector that we have already discussed, our rural economy is traditionally been associated with agriculture and it is primarily agrarian in nature. Then non-farm sector that is transforming rural India. Farm activity means agricultural activity and non-farm activity is used synonymously with non-agricultural activity. There are two alternative approaches to define rural non-farm activities. The first is the locative approach, in which the primary criterion is what a that is the activity is performed in a location which falls within a designated rural areas. The second is based on the linkage approach, where an industrial enterprise generates significant development linkage with the rural areas. For purpose of this study, we are using the first rural non-farm sector that includes all economic activities, that is household and non-household manufacturing, handicrafts, processing, repairs, construction, mining and acquiring, transport, trade, communication, community and personal services, etc. In rural areas, rural non-farm activities thus play an important role to provide supplementary employment to small and marginal farm households, reduce some inequalities, and rural-urban migration. Though agricultural sector has played a very significant role for generation of rural employment in the Asia and Pacific region, it contributes that is its contribution to the overall economy has greatly reduced in the recent past. Therefore, development of various non-farm activities can effectively be exploited as a potent stimulator for further economic growth, offering rural communities better employment prospects on a sustainable basis. On the one of the celebrated laws in the area of development studies is that an indicator of growth and development is the sectoral composition of the economy. As an economy grows, the agricultural sector share will come down and the share of the manufacturing and service sector will go up. Correspondingly, the share of agriculture is in developed economies will be low, and those of the manufacturing and service sectors will be high. The opposite being the case in less developed economies. This, of course, is no iron law, but a widely observed empirical findings across countries and over time. Importance of rural non-farm sector. What are the importance of rural non-farm sector? Number one, employment growth in the farm sector has not been in consonance with the employment growth in general. Then, a planned strategy of rural non-farm development may prevent many rural people from migrating to urban industrial and commercial centers. When the economic base of the rural economy extends beyond agriculture, rural urban economic gaps are bound to get narrower, along with the salutary effects in many other aspects associated with the life and aspiration of the people. Rural industries are generally less capital intensive and more labor absorbing. Rural industrialization has significant spin-offs for the agricultural development as well. Rural income distribution is much less equal in areas where a wide network of non-farm avenues of employment exist. The lower strata of rural societies participate much more intensely in non-farm activities, though their involvement is much less remunerative as compared with that of the upper strata. If agriculture were the only occupation in the rural areas, this would mean that rural earnings may not be going up in comparison with the rest of the country. However, while agriculture dominates the real sense, in the real sense, it is not only the economic activity here, they are to the extent that agriculture gets commercialized, that is, trade and other services activities will pick up in rural areas also. Further, educational and health activities may also be expected to go up. Traditionally, rural areas have had some manufacturing activities too, handloom weaving, oil processing, beading manufacturing, and so on. What happens to the non-farm activities in the rural areas as the economy develops? Sufficient attention has not been paid to the question, though it is an important one in terms of the livelihood pattern of vast sections of population. Understanding of rural urban divide and the larger democratic process in the country. Then the pattern of rural non-farm diversification that took place, that is that is to be worth noting. It is to be worth noted. The growing demand for milk, meat, and eggs has resulted in the increased importance of livestock in the rural economy. It may also be a reflection of the program of the distribution of cattle to landless households during the integrated rural development approach of the 1980s. Another employment and income generator in the rural areas is the wood industry, which employ more than 5 million people and is in fact the third largest generator of employment in the manufacturing sector, next only to textile and food processing. So, for an overall understanding of an important segment of the economy and of the million in the rural areas, the catch all reference to but the main characteristics of the sector is heterogeneity. The volume brings this this out quite vividly, but it underlines some general policy measures for formulating and sustaining its development. This includes, as already suggested, augmentation of rural infrastructure, infrastructure, increasing the institutional credit flow to small and teeny sector, building of support systems that would improve market information and market networks, introduction of measures for skill and technology upgradation and for promoting quality consciousness and quality control. Rural non-farm sector holds the key to faster economic development of the country. It has potential and promise for generating employment and increased income in rural areas. Then, uh, small scale and cottage industry. In India, Okay, in India, the latest definition of small scale industry is any unit with an upper limit on investment of for or from rupees 0.20 million to rupees 0.35 million in case of small scale industry and rupees 0.45 million in case of ancillary units. What is called the village and small industries sector comprises both traditional and modern small industries. It is constituted by 8 specific groups, that is handloom, handicraft, coir, sericulture, khadi, village industry, small scale industry, and palooms. The last two items constitute the modern group of industries, traditional. The other being traditional, India is one of the most populated countries in the world with almost a billion of people. Cottage and small scale industries are of great importance to a developing country in our economy. With total revenue of almost rupees 6,000 crores, the Indian economy benefits immensely from the revenue earned by these small, compact yet important industries. Cottage industries are of a traditional in nature, catering mainly to the local population and depend on local raw materials. Okay, they are located usually at the homes of the producers, hence the name is cottage industries. It is estimated that about 50 million people are employed in cottage industries. They require little capital investments, so many such units can be developed. They help in solving employment problems and are major contributors to the country's economic growth. They provide main components for large scale industries. Farmers can supplement their income and provide themselves with better source of livelihood. They help in preservation and promotion of traditional culture and national heritage. They earn foreign exchange for India and are acknowledged all over the world. In the economic development of India, a systematic position has been given to the development of village and small industries, which constitute an important segment of the overall economy. Next to agriculture, the village and small scale industries. In the agriculture, the village and small scale industries, which constitute an important segment of the overall country. Next to agriculture, the village and small scale sector provides the greatest employment opportunities, a considerable proportion of which is in rural and semi rural areas. It contributes about 50% of the value added in manufacturing. Two important steps taken during the first plan period were uh, the setting apart by central government of substantial finance for the development of village and small industries and the building up of a network of all India boards to deal with the problem. To deal with the problems of the handloom industry, khadi and village industries, handicrafts, small scale industries, sericulture and coir industry. Greater attention on the part of the central and state government and the expanding activities of all India boards have increased production and employment in a number of industries. The handloom industry, which was in a different situation at the commencement of the plan, has received considerable support. The All India Khadi and Village Industries Board have set up a technological institute for village industries and have also established central and regional institutions for the training of workers. The All India Handicraft Board has assisted research in new designs and patterns and in improved processes, organized a survey of marketing of handicrafts and has arranged for exhibition of handicrafts both within the country and abroad. Then, forest-based small-scale industry. Among the village industries scheduled Among the village industries scheduled for development are the following forest-based industries. Number one, collection of forest plants and herbs. mostly medicinal purpose, cane and bamboo processing, then gums and resins, then katha manufacturing, and shellac industries. These industries utilize minor forest produce which are under the control of state forest departments. The cane and bamboo industry is widespread in India since the raw materials occur everywhere and are associated with many aspects of rural activity. The availability of canes in India is meager compared to its requirements. The chief use of for making furniture, basket, handles for umbrellas and mats, industries based on gums and resins and katha, that is a medicinal extract of hair tree heartwood, are relatively minor relatives to cane bamboo and collection of herbs. Silka, which employs over a million people, is more important. Then, regeneration of traditional industry. What is that regeneration of traditional industry? Some of our traditional industries, namely coir, handloom, handicrafts, sericulture, leather, pottery, and other cottage industries, not only contain greater potential for growth and exports, but are integral for the maintenance of our cultural heritage. Accordingly, a fund for the regeneration of traditional industries with an initial allocation of rupees 100 crore will be set up. The detail, including mechanism for utilization of fund, will be worked out in the consultation with the industries concerned. Then, cluster development. With a contribution of 40% to the country's industrial output and 35% to direct exports, the small scale industry sector has achieved a significant milestones for the industrial development of India. Within the small scale industry sector, an important role is played by the numerous clusters that have been in existence for decades and sometimes even for centuries. According to a survey of Indian small scale industries cluster undertaken in 1996, there are 350 SSI clusters and approximately 2000 rural and artisan based clusters in India. It is estimated that these clusters contribute 60% of the manufactured exports from India. Despite such achievements, the majority of the Indian SSI clusters share significant constraints like technological obsolescence, relatively poor product quality, information deficiencies, poor market linkages, and adequate management systems. Moreover, with the Indian economy on the path of liberalization, all small scale industry clusters uh, are increasingly feeling the competitive pressure coming from the alternative market, coming from the international market. Then, rural economy, rural consumers, and unexplored rural market. For quite some time, the rural India has been the subject of discussion for the corporate houses because of realization of the potential that lies in the rural market. A survey recently confirmed that rise in rural incomes is keeping pace with the urban economy, in the urban incomes. From average 55 to 58% of the average income in 1994-95, the average rural income has gone up to 63 to 64% by 2001-2002, and touched almost up to 63% to 64% in 2004-5. The number of middle and high income households in rural India is expected to grow from 80 billions to 111 million by 2007, whereas in urban India, the same is expected to grow from 46 million to 59 millions. With a pickup in income in these areas, the demand for goods and services will increase, and that should contribute to the overall growth in economy. Increased income in farm sector impacts the entire economy. However, it has an almost immediate impact on some sectors like consumer durables and non-durables, tractors and motorcycles, etc. Then, Fast moving consumer goods sector. A buoyant economy and measure and growing disposable income have presented several opportunities and challenges before the fast moving consumer goods sector. The sector is expected to witness more than 50% of the growth in rural and semi-urban India by 2010, according to the analysis carried out by the Associate Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India. According to Mr. Shiv Kumar, business head, Personal Product Division, Hindustan Lever Limited, according to him, the money available to spend on fast moving consumer goods products by India is rupees 49,500 crores as against 63,500 crores in rural India. A study by the Chennai-based Francis Kanai Marketing Planning Services that the rural market for fast moving consumer goods is worth $14.4 billion, far ahead of the market for tractors and agricultural inputs, which is estimated at $10 billion. The total number of rural households uh, are expected to rise from 135 million in 2001 to 153 million in 2019. This represents the larger potential market in the world. The fact that about 50% of the mm, uh, yes, the 50% of the total revenue from these rural areas is a factor that would work to the advantage of the company. Although companies like HLL and ITC have started Project Shakti and eChopal, respectively soliciting new pastures, they have not been able to tap the market totally. Owing to their vast potential for growth, companies like Reliance have also decided to jump into the bandwagon and open retail chains. All of this development comes as no surprise, with 12% to 12.2% of the world population living in the villages of India. The Indian rural market is a market that no one can afford to overlook. Companies are now jumping to open retail chains in rural India in order to tap in market that still lies untapped. Then durable goods. Rural areas where nearly 70% of the Indians live have witnessed rapid market growth in recent times, driven largely by agricultural growth, income distribution, and inroads made by audiovisual media. The rural share of the market for durable goods has grown steadily over the last few years, from 54.2% to 57.9% in 2004, and in terms and in items such as bicycles, mechanical wristwatches, radio transistors, etc. The share of the rural market was in excess of 75%. The rural economy, to a great extent, decides the direction of sales in industries like two-wheelers, tractors, and cement. Government initiatives for rural development in India. The various programs launched by the Government of India for developing the rural India in a holistic manner are National Food for Work Program. Number two, National Rural Employment Guarantee Bill 2004, Swarna Jayanti Gram Swarajgar Yojana SGSY, provision of rural provision of urban amenities in rural areas, then rural housing, then drinking water supply and sanitation campaign, Bharat Nirman Yojana, etc. Then, okay. Then, so in a very nutshell, we have discussed the rural economy, that is agrarian economy. So what are the farm sectors, different farm sectors, non-farm sectors, and what is rural market? Okay, what is the scope of rural market? So that all we have discussed. Then in rural social structure, we have also dominant caste, emerging class structure, that is that is in India. That also we are going to discuss now. Now we are going to discuss that one. Dominant caste was first introduced by M.N. Srinivas. It was initially surfaced Okay, it was initially surfaced in this article about a Mauritius village social structure. It's possible that Srinivas was unintentionally inspired by African research on the uh, dominant bloodline and clan when developing the idea. The idea was created by Srinivas via his research on Rampura village in the Karnataka state, which is a title bit far from Mysore city. The British land tax system helped to create a roughly similar rural class structure in Indian communities during the contemporary era. These three groups consisted of agricultural laborers, renters, and landowners. The proprietors of the land, known as zamindars, were now cultivators, but rather tax collectors. Were not cultivators, but rather tax collectors. They are members of the higher castes. The agricultural laborers were reduced to the status of bondmen and laborers with inherited bonds. They were members of the lower caste. Programs of rural development and land reforms implemented following independence have had a significant influence. Large scale evictions of minor and marginal tenants resulted from land reforms. However, the Ahir, Kurmi, and other intermediary castes of peasant in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh profited nationwide. The influence of the feudal landed families began to wane. Landlord with a focus on business emerged with the start of the Green Revolution in the 1960s. Prosperous farmers who mostly belonged to the upper and middle caste were wealthy. However, neither the poor peasantries nor the agricultural laborers lot in life improved. Tensions and disputes between classes have resulted from this. So now we'll discuss what is the meaning of dominant caste by M.N. Srinivas. It was M.N. Srinivas who developed the concept of dominant caste. It has never before been brought up until his essay on the Mysore village social system. While Srinivas was formulating the notion, African research on the dominant clan and dominant bloodline may have had an effect while conducting study in the Karnataka village of Rampura, which is conveniently located outside of Mysore. Srinivas had the idea, and Srinivas' goal had always been to learn Rampura in its entirety. He had traveled to Stanford to document the detail of the community in a book about Rampura. All three copies of my field work notes processed over an 18-year period, as he described it, were destroyed in a fire in his Stafford office. Everything was ruined for Srinivas. His memories of Rampura led to the creation of the Remembered Village 1976. The definition of dominant caste has changed throughout time. Srinivas worked for Rampura, where he was residing at the time. In 1948, he originally published his results in 1955. The way he put it was as like this: the importance of recently created sociological term like dominant caste is significant in this context. One caste is deemed dominant if it possesses both political and economic power and is positioned relatively high in the hierarchy. Even in the conventional system, when the caste that gains political economic power manage to elevate its ritual status. Srinivas thinker Srinivas thinks this is a well-established caste structure even in Rampura. It also present in uh, other cities and towns around the nations. In the village of Mysore, the Lingayat and Ukkaliga are the most common ethnic group. Similar groups may be found in Andhra Pradesh and Kerala, in Tamil Nadu, Kuldar, Padayachi, and Muddaliyar in Maharashtra and Gujarat, and in northern India in the Rajput, Jat, Giar, and Ahir communities. Due to their relative scarcity in population, caste possessing land in rural regions, political influence, or literary legacies have long maintained sway in rural areas. The reason behind the traditional upper caste immense dominance has been described by Srinivas. He asserts that the advantage of Western education contributed to the persistence of the traditional high caste system. The uh, uh, the sheer number of people in a caste didn't really important until recently. Numerical strength has been more significant in modern politics due to adult suffrage and reserved seats for scheduled caste. Universe writes the subsequent. Since adult suffrage was initiated, the significance of numerical strength has grown, and political parties receive support from the heads of the most influential classes. This traditional phase of dominance is characterized by intergroup conflict, indicating that old pattern of power have not entirely vanished or migrated to the numerically stronger caste. However, in our opinion, it's crucial to remember uh, that there are castes that are blatantly dominating in several regions of India. So now we are nearing 11 o'clock. So the time is not permitting us to continue our discussion. So today we conclude our discussion here. In our next class, we'll continue this discussion. So thank you all. Thank you, dear students.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, due to some technical issue, I became late. 5-10 minutes late maybe. It's okay. Maybe we can cover up. Okay. So, once again, good morning, all of you. So, today we'll discuss about which is the third unit. Anybody can tell me? Third unit of rural sociology. Third unit of rural sociology. What is this? Numerical. Now, rural sociology, no? Is it rural sociology or Indian society? Rural sociology. Am I right? Hello?
Hello.
Uh, for you, rural sociology, no?
Uh, okay, okay.
Okay, one second. Let me check.
No sound.
No sound, huh? No, no. For you, Indian society. Indian society. Now, okay. So we'll discuss.
Yeah, chapter.
So which chapter we have to discuss about? Third chapter. Okay.
What?
Yeah. Today we discuss about
Yeah, chapter.
chapter 3.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay. Just a minute. One second. One second. So meanwhile, we have already discussed about overview of Indian society and diversity and synthesis. And today we'll discuss about structure and dynamic of caste system. Okay, so we have already discussed about the origin and growth of caste system earlier. So now we'll discuss about changing and the context of hierarchy, maybe structure of caste, dynamic of caste and inequality, caste, class and gender, all those. Huh? So, T1 का खरीदा See, emergence of sociology in India, I have already discussed about. In this chapter, we will discuss about the structure and dynamics. Just a minute. The caste system is a system of social stratification which will be unique to Indian society. And the word caste comes from the Portuguese word casta, which means race or breed, or a complex of hereditary qualities. In a Rig Veda, in Purusha Sukta hymning, there is a reference to our order of society as ascribing to the society as arising from the sacrifice of the prime being. So they are named as Brahmana, that is called Brahmin, traditionally priest, and you can say scholar. Okay. And Rajana, that is called Kshatriya, ruler, or maybe you can say soldiers. Next is Vaishya, that is merchant, and Shudra, that is peasant, or you can say laborer or servant. Okay, and the caste system regulated interaction among groups of people, including marriage and occupation. Okay, and therefore, in the one sense, the rigidity prescribed made it quite difficult for mobility, of course. Okay, and you can say that. Okay, through it maintain a certain order in the society. So, however, with the industrializations and urbanizations, lot of changes have had occurred in the caste systems in order to meet the demand of the present solutions or situations or conditions, you can say. Sociologists like you can say Gure and Dumo that analysis solved to facilitate an in-depth understanding of the complex failure features of the caste systems. And Gure notes that the origin of caste system can be traced to the Gagnetic plane of clans of India as a result of Indo-Aryan invasions in ancient times. So thus Gure said that caste in India is a Brahminic child, of Indo-Aryan culture. One sec. So next we'll discuss about segmental. According to Gure, the caste system has uh, 6 characteristics. He has given First is segmental division of caste or division of society. Entire society, village community was not be homogeneous. Okay, and you can say that segments of caste or subcaste, and the membership of which was determined by the selections brought by the birth only. Into which one was born and was expected to remain unchanged till death. So even a changes in occupations of a subcaste did not change its social status. For example, when Chamar, with those working groups working with hides, become agricultural laborers, their status in the caste hierarchy remained the same. Okay, and you can say that each segment or subcaste, each segment or subcaste had a well-developed style of its own. It had its own traditional caste occupation. Own traditional caste occupation, and it has also rules and were organized through its caste panchayat. Okay, so in this way the segmental division is one. Second is hierarchy. You know that hierarchy is the another characteristics or second characteristics or principles was organized of the dependent structure of into the hierarchical society. One second. So these are the few characteristics that is given by the maybe that restriction on marriage and social intercourse, you can say reciprocity, and overall if you are talking about that caste system has aroused more controversy than any other aspect of uh, Indian life and thought. Since the day the British rule, both historian as well as anthropologist, uh, they they refer to India as a caste society. Okay, so if you define the caste as a Hindu hereditary class of socially equal persons, and you can say that religion and usually follow the similar occupations, distinguished from other caste in the society. Next, that another term that caste is commonly used to refer to distinct concept of the Jati, that is caste by birth group, and the Varna, the caste by professions. Jati is caste group and the Varna is caste by professions. You just remember the term Jati is used for millions of people with whom one may identify oneself for such purposes as marriage. And there are thousands of titles of associated with specific jatis in different parts of the concept. Involves a scheme with only four divisions. With only four divisions, thus, what would now be called Hindu society is conceived as being divisible into four very large units. That is, these are the Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. They are commonly understood as a ranked order of precedence. Then there is another caste called fifth, that is called Panchama. The so-called called tribals inclusives. So this group occupies a place below outside these Burma schemes. You know all those things, so I may not discuss all those. That is, you see that the earliest beginning, if you say that yeah, Yug Veda, that is 5000 BC, it contains the first symbolic reference to the emergence of the four castes, that is Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. So from the mouth, soldier, thighs, and feet, respectively, the origin. In fact, the Hindu caste are not related to the heredity or birth. Hindu caste, not related to heredity or birth. Manu, the lawgiver, explains the principle of caste as a universal law of life. Universal law of life, and the key principle of caste Hindu, though it's understood as a code of duty, he also laid down the ashram dharmas. You know ashram dharmas, that is called duties of celibates. Ashram dharma is duties of celibates, and you can say that the brahmacharini, and householders, the grahastha, and that is another is forest reclusus, that is vanaprastha, and aesthetics. Aesthetics is sannyasa. Aesthetic is, that is called sannyasa. So the classification of caste that is given by the Manu also explain that the classification of caste based on professions doesn't disqualify the members of intermarriage. And he speaks of marriage in descending order, according to which a man belonging to the higher order may marry a woman belonging to the lower order. Okay, so one sec, one sec. See, heredity of birth we are discussing. So that classification of caste. Okay. So you see that he speaks of marriage. Who? according to Manu, discussing about Manu. So Manu speaks of marriage in the descending order. One second. One phone call has come. See, in Ramayana, see, according to which a man belonging to the higher order may marry a woman belonging to the lower order. The Varna classification was, of course, not rigid. Of course, was not rigid. Or inflexibles. In the Ramayana, for instance, Parasuram or Parshuram, you can say. In Ramayana, I will give you an example. In the Ramayana, for instance, Parshuram, who was Brahmin boy, Brahmin by birth, but behaved as a Kshatriya. Then Vishamitra, who was a king by birth, became a Brahmin by virtue of his spiritual attainments. And Drona and Krupa, Kerupa or Krupa in the Mahabharata were Brahmins by jati but became Kshatriyas by professions. So, one may claim to have been born in particular jati and consider oneself as Sudha, or you can say pure, or Subha, you can say Subha, Sudha or Sudha or Subha. Sudha means or Sudha means pure, Subha. Subha means auspicious. So both the division in terms of caste by profession, you can say Varna, remains flexible. That is, professions as those of doctors, lawyers, engineers, professors, and musicians. So those born in any jati can take off any of the above professions. That was the original import and intentions of ancient scriptures and law text. But in India, in the Middle Age, people began to think of only one type of caste. India, that is in the Middle Age, people began to think of only one type of caste, that is caste by birth or jati. An individual began to think himself or herself as a superior or inferior to others. But this is the chief caste mentality in India. That is chief, very chief cause of malady in India. So caste system in India is an important part of ancient Hindu traditions and dates back of 1200 BCE. And the term caste was first used by Portuguese travelers. We remember the term caste was first used by Portuguese travelers who came to India in the 16th century, and the caste comes from the Spanish and Portuguese word casta, and many Indians use the term jati. There are 3,000 caste and 25,000 subcaste in India. So each related to specific occupation. These different castes fall under four basic varnas. You can say Brahmins, that is priest, should and to priest or teach, Kshatriyas, that is warriors and rulers, Vaishyas, that is farmers and traders and merchants, and Sudras are laborers. So caste not only dedicates one's occupations, members of high caste enjoy more wealth and opportunities, while members of a low caste perform boring jobs. So outside of the caste system are the untouchables. That untouchable jobs such as you can say that toilet cleaning, garbage removal, So they are therefore considered polluted and not to be touched. And the beginning of the caste system, so that is here I will telling about the theory. That there are different theories about establishment of caste systems. There are religious, mystical theories, there are biological theories, and there are socio-historical theories. Okay, again, there are religious and mystical theories. There are biological theories, and there are socio-historical theories. Three type of theories mainly talking about the caste system in India. And the religious theory explain how the four varnas were founded. Which theory is talking about? Hello? Hello guys. The religious theory talking about. How the four varnas were founded. According to Rig Veda, the ancient Hindu book, that is ancient Hindu book, the Parimal man, Primal Primal, primal or primal man, that is Purusha, that is destroyed himself to create a human society. And the different varnas were created from different parts of his body. And the Brahmans were created from his head, and Kshatriyas from his hand, and the Vaishyas from his thighs, and the Sudras from his feet. So other religious theory claims that the Varnas were created from the body organs of a Brahmin, or who is creator of the world. And the biological theory, another theory claim that the existing thing inherit inherit three qualities. One is sattvic, that is qualities include wisdom, intelligence, honesty, goodness, and other positive qualities. That is sattvic. Then another is rajas. That include quality like passion and pride. Okay, passion and pride. Next is tamasa. That qualities include dullness, stupidity, lack of creativity, other negative qualities, all those. So, according to this theory, Brahmins inherit sattva qualities, Kshatriyas and Vaishya inherit rajas qualities, and Sudras inherit tamas qualities. So, food also inherent different doses of these qualities, and it affects its earlier intelligence. And these Brahmins and the Vaishyas have sattvic diet, which include fruits, milk, honey, roots, and vegetables. And most of the meats are considered to have tamasic qualities. So many Shudra communities eat different kinds of meat, but not beef. Not beef. Okay. So and other tamasic food, that is for the Kshatriyas who had Rajasic diet, eat some kind of meat like deer meat, which is considered to be have Rajasic quality. And last was the social historic theory explain the creation of Brahma, Varnas, or you can say Jatis, and of the untouchables. According to this theory, caste system began with the arrival of the Aryans in India. If you are talking about socio-historical theory, it mainly consider the arrival of, or it means the caste is arrived or began, caste system is begun, or caste system began with the arrival of the Aryans in India. And the Aryans arrived in India around 1500 BC. And the fair-skinned Aryans arrived in India from South Europe and North Asia. Before the Aryans there were other communities in India of other origins, among them Negrito, Mongoloid, Australoid, and Dravidian. And Dravidians were the largest community in India. So when the Aryan arrived in India, their main contact was with the Dravidians and the Australoids. And Aryan disagreed the local, you can say, culture, and they began conquer and taking control over the religions in North India. So these are the theory that is given by the social historical. Some portions is also remained. I'll telling you about. The Aryan organized among themselves in three groups. You remember, first group was of the warriors, and they were called Rajajana. And later they changed their name Rajajana to Kshatriya. And the second group was of the priests, and they were called Brahmins. And these two groups struggled politically for the leadership among the Arya. And the struggle of the Brahmins got to the to be the leaders of Aryan society. And the third group was of farmers and craftsmen. Farmers and craftsmen. And they were called Vaishya. They were called Vaishyas, who were the farmers and the craftsmen became the land lords and the businessmen of the society. The Aryans who occupied and took control over the parts of North India and the local and the made them their servant. In order to secure their status, the Aryan resolved some social and religious rules which allowed only them to be priests, warriors, and the businessmen of the society. So, if you are discussing the caste system in modern India, what are the caste system in modern India? In modern India, the term caste is used for jati and also for varna, and the term caste was used by the British who ruled India until 1947, and they used the term to describe Indian communities, caste and tribes. The term caste was used for jati and also for varna, both. And tribes were also were those communities who lived deep in jungles and forests and mountains, far away from the main population. So here another term called high caste and low classes. High caste and lower classes. How we define? You see, the caste which are the best of the Indian society were classified as high caste. Then what are or who are the high caste? Means the caste which are the best of the Indian society were classified as high caste. Best caste are classified as high caste. And other communities were classified as lower caste or lower classes. Other communities were classified lower community or lower classes. The lower classes were listed in three categories. Lower classes were listed in three categories. First category is called scheduled caste, and this category includes in its community who were untouchables. And in modern India, you know that untouchability exists at a very low extent, very low extent. And the untouchables call themselves Dalit, and meaning depressed until the late 1980s. They are called Harijans, late 1980s, and meaning the children of God. Okay, so this title was given to them by Mahatma Gandhi, and who wanted to society to accept untouchables within them. And the second category is scheduled tribe. This category includes in it those communities who did not accept the caste system and preferred to reside deep in the jungles, forest, and mountains of India, away from the main populations. And scheduled tribes are also called Adivasi, meaning aboriginals. And the third category is called sometimes other backward classes, or backward classes, you can say. This category includes in its caste who belong to Sudra Varna and also former untouchables who converted from Hinduism to other religions. These are coming under the OBCs, or you can say other backward or caste or backward class. So these are the few things I have told you about caste system in India, and I can continue here about that GS Courage, the characteristics of a caste system few moment. I have told you first characteristics of caste system, that is segmental division of society. Second is hierarchy. Third is commensality. Fourth is inability to change occupation. Fifth is restrictions on marriage. So these are the characteristics given by the J. Scure. If I given the Louis Dumont analysis of caste, he has also a French sociologist whose work is Homo hierarchy. He also Dumont found the hierarchy was based on inequality, but he did not necessarily follow that it was exploitative. He felt that inequalities should not be equated to exploitations. Who told? Louis Dumont. Inequality, hierarchy was based on inequality, but it did not necessarily follow that it was exploitative. He felt that inequalities should not be equated to exploitative. You just remember. Inequalities should not be equated to exploitations, and inequality in the caste system is a part of the values of Hindu society. And otherwise, you can say all members, irrespective of the fact whether they are pure or impure, accept this system as a functionally stable. Therefore, it is a reality. And exploitation would presume that one section of the people, means the exploitators, impose their views and their will on the others, that is exploited. If this were the case, the caste system would have changed. Would have changed. Have been challenged during the course of history by the eclecticus. So this did not happen as a caste system had existed for several centuries. So this therefore signified that this was a system which was accepted by all and it was not regarded as an exploitative system. Okay, so these are the things you have to remember. So few criticism are also by the Dumo. So there are many points of criticism of Dumo's work. Dumo mainly stresses on two aspects of hierarchy in Hindu society. First, that hierarchy is based on ritual purity of the caste concern and not on the material wealth. Ritual purity concept. Hierarchy is on the basis of ritual purity and not the material wealth. In other words, the Brahmin is at the top of the hierarchy because of his ritual status and not because of his controlled property and wealth. And secondly, the hierarchy is based on status, but it is not exploitative. Hierarchy is based on status, but no, it is not exploitative. Each caste in the hierarchy is rewarded. Each caste in the hierarchy is rewarded according to its status. So this also means that the reward for each caste depends on its importance to the society as a whole. So in this way, the caste system is based on hierarchy, but it is not based on exploitations. Okay. So while critically evaluating Dumas' view, here mainly if the two work had more or less cover our main points. These are by G.D. Berman and John Mencher. G.D. Berman and John Mencher both are anthropologists who have done extensive fieldwork in India and among the different caste groups. So Berman says that there are various views on caste. It all depends on how and from which view you look at hierarchy. He states that Dumo has taken purely a view from the top. In other words, his analysis reflects the Brahminical view of caste. He questioned the basic fact of Dumo that each caste is rewarded according to its importance of the hierarchy, but providing substances according to the status itself, a form of exploitations. Berman says that the sustenance of those at the top is always provided by those at the bottom. So it is the hard work of the low caste agricultural laborers that actually leads to the agricultural crop. These people are rewarded less because being poor and low in the hierarchy, so their needs are decided as being less than those of the upper caste. So hence, the upper caste get more for working less, whereas the labor get less for working more. And Dumo finds that the only looks at the positive aspect of the caste systems. He ignores or overlooks the negative aspect. So this, he states, is like praising Britain for at one time ruling over the world without discussing the exploitations of the colonies during the that is a kind of criticism given by Berman and Mencher. Okay. Thank you all. With this, I completed today's class. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I am leaving now.
Hello. Good afternoon, student.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
Okay.
afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yeah. So today we will be starting with another theoretical approaches of social problems in India. Previous class, I guess I have finished. Yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon, Ibrahim. Okay. So
Chap-
previous class.
Chapter 9.
What? Okay, so previous class we have completed the cultural lag approach and the social disorganization approach. So today's class we will be starting with the value conflict approach. Am I audible properly to you people?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So let's start with the value conflict approach. So before starting the value conflict approach, I want to ask you people that as a student of sociology who are, do you people have any idea regarding what is the meaning of value, norms, folkways, mores, taboos? Do you know about
Yes,
all these
yes, ma'am.
terms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Other people, do you know about the meanings of all these terms? Because these terms you will be noticing in overall period of your sociology. Whenever you are studying sociology, these are the some basic terms, or you can say जैसे when you are talking about when you are talking some kind of language ना English या फिर Hindi या फिर any kind of language, they have certain dictionary, you have certain dictionary. So these terms like values, norms, folkways, mores, taboos, all these terms are the basic terms, or you can say basic funda of the sociology. So you should be clear about all these things. So you people say that these terms are clear to you, so I will be starting with the value conflict approach. So before starting the value conflict approach, I just want to give you an introduction about what is the meaning of value. Introduction, not an introduction, I will be saying that it's a kind of meaning. What is the value, what we actually say that a value in our society. So basically, values are the social performances, or you can say the desired activities, you can say. Values are very general in nature, unlikely norms. Norms are basically, they are very you can say very rigid, you can say very rigid, and it is very strict. Norms are very kind of strict. It's a kind of, you can't say strict, it's a code of conduct. For example, when the time of COVID has came, so at that time you can see those kind of norms, rules, code of conduct were there. Like you have to wear a proper mask, you have to sanitize your hands time to time, or something like that. So those are the code of conduct, that you have to do that. If you'll not get gonna do that, then it will be harmful for you, and it will be harmful for the society too. So that is the thing, that norms are basically the code of conduct. It just regulates the acting, or the behavior of the individual. So unlikely, these norms are very kind of strict, a little bit strict, little bit, you can't say, it's very kind of strict in nature. So unlikely, this values are not strict, but these are very kind of generalized kind of things. For an example, generalized standards of behavior. An example, people those are expecting from other people to behave in such a manner. For an example, you people expecting me to behave in such a manner, I am expecting you to behave in such a manner, that maintain the discipline, or listen to the lecture, and answer the questions what I ask to you, and something like that. So these are some kind of values, are basically the generalized principle of behavior, like doing some kind of gesture, greetings or having some kind of gestures, those are kind of generalized principle of behavior. Or you can say that some of the values are like equality between the people, justice between the people, freedom between the people, mobility, individualism. These are the values. So basically these values are the generalized standards of behavior. People, a society basically expect from its people to behave in such a manner. So those generalized standards are basically becomes the value of the society. So how this value things make a social problem? Because the value thing is a kind of good thing in our society, that if there is a certain kind of values we are observing in our society, that means it creates a discipline between its people. That for an example, equality, justice, freedom or something like that, these are basically the basic things that actually maintain the society in a smoothly manner. So how these value things make a difference, or how these value things make a so becomes a social problem in our society? So basically when we're talking about values, it is going to be differ from society to society. For an example, you can take Indian society have certain kind of his or her Indian society have certain kind of her values. Likewise American society have certain kind of their values or something like that. So values are differing from each society to society. So when these persons are getting in front of these societies, then the conflict arises. For an example, you can say as a I'm a Odia people, I am a Odisha people. So when I will be in Odisha, there are certain kind of values are there. For an example, if I'll say in Odisha there is still a mind of like orthodoxy. Those people who are coming from the rural background, they have some kind of orthodox nature, they have to dress up like this and that. They have certain kind of like what I can say, they have a certain kind of another mindset, because their societal values are something different. So when these people will come to some kind of cities, like for an example in Odisha there is a city called there are two cities like Bhubaneswar and Cuttack. So in Bhubaneswar, when the rural people come to the Bhubaneswar, they are noticing some certain kind of different values, that people are dressing up like a totally different manner, they have totally different language, they have totally different mindset of values or something like that. So when that person coming in front of a certain kind of different values, then the conflict arises. So basically when two values contradict between each other or confront between each other, then the conflict arises. When there is a there is when a person is people are not finding any kind of similarities between their values, they're struggling within that society, within that particular society, then that value conflict happened. Basically value conflict approach, value conflict arises between the values of a particular society or of a particular group, you can say that. So basically what happened this, when these two different kind of values come in front of each other, contradict between each other, then the value conflict started. And the incompatibility between the values of two or more groups to the extent that the role performance of individuals is interfered with is called value conflict. So basically when two values, there is an incompatibility between two values, there is no compatibility between two values. For an example, you can say that there are several communities are there. So in those communities, one community have certain kind of different value, one communities have certain kind of another different set of values. When there is a incompatibility between the two values, then the interference, for an example, the individuals, the persons of the societies, the roles of that particular persons of the society become like इन इंटरफियर होता है. तो जब ये वैल्यूज के बिटवीन, व्हेन द वैल्यूज, द इनकम्पैटिबिलिटी हैपन बिटवीन टू सच वैल्यूज, then the role performance of the individual is interfered, which is called the value conflict. So basically you can say that if I'll take such an example in your bookish example, then there is an example of that ki when we are taking a certain kind of industrial organization, there are certain groups, two or three groups you can noticing that there are worker group, there are employers group. So the values of workers people and the values of employers people are different. When the incompatibility happens between the values of workers and between the values of employers, then the industrial unrest, strikes and lockouts as a form of conflict arises. So basically when we are talking about the value conflict approach, these things are will be noticing in our study. For an example, two or three groups people, when their values differ, when their values become incompatible with each other, then such unrest or such protest or such kind of societal unrest conflict is arising. So basically these are the results of the value conflict. So if I'll give if I'll give us basic meaning of the value conflict approach, so basically what it says that when two or three groups or two or three sets of values contradict with each other, then a certain kind of unrest or certain kind of conflict arises in the society, which is again becomes the social problems in our society. Okay, so there are certain thinkers in the value conflict approach, likely wise with the social disorganization approach and the cultural lag approach. In the value conflict approach, there are certain theories like you can say Waller, Fuller, Kuber and Harper. So they basically, this value conflict approach is a kind of vague in nature. So they just says that when the clashes between the value systems happened, when the clashes between the value systems happen, then the social problem arises in the society. So basically this refer that Waller is a person who referred that the conflict between organizational and humanitarian values basically arises the social problem in our society. So what are the organizational and humanitarian values? For an example, I as a person, I have certain kind of humanitarian values and I have certain kind of organizational values. So organizational values basically you can say that the individualism, or you can say the private property. Okay, or you can say that I am, if I am working somewhere in the organization and I have certain kind of values in that particular organization. For an example, I have to dress up like this, I have to work like I have to talk like this, I have to give my best on these kind of organizations. So they are having, those organizations are having certain kind of values that they are expecting from me. And the humanitarian values basically my after the organization role, whatever the values I have in the society to play, those will be considered as the humanitarian values. So when the conflict between these two values happen, then the social problems happen. For an example, there are certain kind of organizational values and there are certain kind of humanitarian values. In the example of that industrial unrest kind of thing also, you can say that the workers have certain kind of organizational values, that they have to work in this particular manner, they have to work in between this time or something like that. But now when the workers conditions, you might have noticed several newses that the laborers conditions is harming their bodies or harming their one social life too. So these organizations, when these organizational values are basically hampering our humanitarian values, then the conflict arises. For an example, in that worker thing, the worker group, there is an worker group and there is an employer group. So worker group have their organizational values, that they have to work in such a manner. But that organizational values, when those organizational values basically affecting their humanitarian values, then the conflict arises. For example, if that person, if the workers have not having certain kind of healthy working environment, then that will be hampering their own health, that will be hampering their mental health, that will be hampering their social health, social values too, and that will make a conflict between themselves, and which will be arises as a social problem in itself manner. So basically Waller has said that the when the conflict between the organizational values and the humanitarian values happened, then the social problems is also arising. Then the social problem is also arising. So there are no such many thinkers have contributed, or many works have contributed to the value conflict approach. So these are certain kind of meanings, like you have to write in your paper that what is the meaning of value conflict approach. You have to give certain kind of examples how the value conflict happens, and that is the thing, you have to finish it in that manner. So coming, yeah, is there any doubt? Okay, let's go to the personal deviation approach. After the social disorganization approach, and cultural lag approach, and the value conflict approach, then the fourth one is your personal deviation approach. So basically deviation means that the non-conformity to social norms. Basically it doesn't mean that the abnormal behavior of a person or something, because abnormal behavior will be considered as a psychological illness. It doesn't have anything to do with the social things. So basically when the personal deviation, basically if I'll take as an example of myself, I as a person, I have certain kind of norms in my society. So when I will be not conforming those social norms in my society, that there will be considered as I am deviating, or there is a personal deviation happened in my societal norms. So basically, deviation means non-conformity to your social norms. Whenever you as a people, whenever you are not conforming your social norms, or you are not regulating the social norms, then you are deviating from those kind of social norms, and that actually leads to some kind of unrest in the society, or that actually leads to some kind of social problems in the society. So basically, in the personal deviation approach, one looks to the motivation and behavior of the deviants who are instrumental in causing the problems. When we are talking about approach, or you can say the perspective, or you can say these terms are basically widened in nature or broadened in nature. This considered a whole kind of theory in itself. Perspective, when we are talking about perspective in sociology, we are saying that the nazariya, what in which way we could look into the society. In that way, approach means that which kind of approach we should take to examine the social problems. So whenever we are seeing that the if I'm a researcher and I'm doing certain kind of research on the deviation part, so I have to first look onto the motivation of the deviants. Who are the deviants who are the deviants in the society, first I have to look on to the what are the instrumental cause, or what are the causes that actually motivates the behavior of that particular deviants. For an example, when we are seeing those thefts, or when we are seeing those you can say those criminals, we are seeing those criminals, for an example, small criminals, we can say criminals, we can't refer them, then thefts, or you can say the robberies kind of things, those happening in our society. So first, when we are looking on to those cases, we have to first examine that why that person did this kind of behavior. So first we have to look onto the motivation. You might have seen some kind of you might have come across some kind of newses like that ki people, those slum peoples are basically are the main persons who actually doing all these kind of robbery kind of things, or uh, uh, these kind of robbery kind of things, or small criminal activities. So why they are doing, why they are conducting these kind of activities? Because they have certain kind of problems, they have certain kind of income problems, economic background problems, social problems, family problems, or something like that. So whatever the causes are there in the personal deviation approach, whenever a person is deviating or is not conforming to the social norms of the society, we have to look upon the what are the motivation of him, what are the instrumental cause that actually leads to that person to act in this manner. So two factors that needs explanations in personal deviance approach. First is how does personal deviancy develop, and the second is what types of personal deviations are frequently involved in social problems. First, how does personal deviancy develop? How? What are the first thing I just told you in a minute ago, that what are the causes why that person doing are acting in this manner, why that person is acting in this manner. So we have to know about the how factor, that what are the factors behind these things, behind his deviant actings. So then the second factor is what types of personal deviation are frequently involved in social problems. See, any kind of personal deviation, there are certain kind of personal deviations are happening, but not all the personal deviations should be creating some certain kind of social problems. For an example, you can say there are norms like we can say that in a temple, we have to we have to keep our chappal or our shoes outside the temple. So if a person is getting inside the temple with the chappal, that will not create a social problem. Yes, that will be creating some kind of unrest between that particular moment, but that will never create a social problem, because other people have their own belief that no, we have to keep our shoes outside the temple. So if a person is doing that, then that will be restricted in nature, and that will be saying that to that person ki you have to keep your shoes outside or something like that. So every personal deviation cannot be creating certain kind of social problems. So what we have to know as a student of sociology, we have to know what type of personal deviations, what type of personal deviation acts basically of arising the social problems. So basically, personal deviance develops because of either first factor, an individual's inability to follow generally accepted norms, and the second one is an individual's failure to accept generally accepted norms. There is a difference between these two lines, that an individual's inability to follow generally accepted norms and failure to accept generally accepted norms. Inability, when we are saying that inability, it becomes a person's own matter. If a person is enabled to do such kind of things, that means it will be creating some kind of, maybe there are certain kind of psychological illness, maybe there are certain kind of health illness, maybe there are certain kind of another illness that individual is suffering from. That is why that person or that individual is unable to do that, or to follow that accepted norms. But the second one is individuals failure to accept generally accepted norms. So failure, when we are talking about the failure to accept generally accepted norms, it is saying that we are doing that, we are deviating from those certain kind of norms according to our own interest. For an example, a criminal is doing some kind of criminal activities, that is the matter of individuals failure to accept generally accepted norms. An individual is there, the failure is happening because that person knows that he or she can accept the generally accepted norms, but now he is deviating, he is not conforming those accepted norms. That is the personal matter of his, that he or she knows, knowingly he or she is doing some kind of deviant act, that will be called as the individual's failure. He or she is failure to do that kind of things. But when we're talking about the individual's inability, inability is not some kind of he or she is doing that kind of deviant nature knowingly. Okay, so when we're talking about the knowing sense, that will be come under the second phrase, is that individual's failure to accept. When we're talking about unknowingly, that will become under the individual's inability to follow generally accepted norms. So basically, Horton and Leslie, these two thinkers have referred three types of personal deviations. The first type of personal deviation that actually causes the social problems are deviation that results from conformity to norms of diverse reference groups, because of diverse reference groups because of cultural variability. Most people are exposed to do a different set of norms that may be in conflict with one another. What Horton and Leslie in the first type of personal deviation wants to say, they want to say that there are whenever we are going to certain, in there are two or three groups in the society. In societies there are several groups we are noticing, and every group has certain kind of their particular norms within themselves. So a particular person have to confirm a several in a daily to daily basis. A particular person have to confirm several number of norms in his or her life. So there is a cultural variability happens, there is a cultural variability happens whenever that person. For an example, if I'll be saying I as a person, I have to I am involving various groups, I am involving in various groups. For an example, there is a student groups, there is a teacher group, there is a family group, or there is a societal group are there. So there are certain five different type of groups are there, and every type of groups have their certain kind of code of conduct, or we can say have their certain kind of different norms. Student groups have their certain kind of norms, teacher groups have their certain kind of norms, societal groups have their certain kind of norms, and I as a person have to confirm all the groups norms at a particular time. So it is becomes a difficult for me to do in such a manner. For an example, I'll take another example, that I am belonging from an Hindu religion. Okay, I am belonging from an Hindu religion. So in Hindu religion there are several types of caste. In the previous society we all know that there is a kind of thinking of untouchability. Now also you will be noticing some kind of things, untouchability, you can say those kind of superior caste and inferior caste of things. So when these urbanization kind of things happened, those people, those who are following the Hindus, they have to go to the offices, and in the office there are different caste of people you have to notice, and you have to come in touch with them. There are SCs, there are STs, there are OBCs, there are Brahmins, there are Kshatriyas, and different kind of caste people are there. So now I have to, if the untouchability kind of in my societal norm says that I have to, if I am a Brahmin, my societal norm said that I have to keep myself away from the inferior caste people. In the previous back, I'm taking it as an example. So now in the office, in my official work, in my official organization, I can't confirm that particular norms. So there I am deviating from that particular norm, that I as a superior caste, I have to keep myself away from the inferior caste. Okay, so that is the thing, I'm taking it as an example. You can say any other, you can take any other examples too. So that is the thing, when a person, a individual is a part of various groups, and each group have their own code of conduct, each group have their own kind of norms, and it becomes difficult for a particular person to conform all the norms of that particular group. So there the deviation happens. Okay, this is the first kind of personal deviation. Then the second kind of personal deviation is, according to Horton and Leslie, the deviation that results from the existence of deviant subcultures. For example, you can say the criminal norms in slum areas of large cities. Deviation that results from the existence of deviant subcultures. Here, basically, what they said that a society maybe have a society is having some kind of culture, and there are some kind of subcultures we are noticing. Basically in the large cities we are noticing, I'm taking it again an examples, that in large cities we are noticing there are various numbers of slums we are noticing. So these criminal norms becomes a subculture of those slum areas. I'm not referring to all the slum people, I'm just taking it as an example in a broadened manner. So basically we are noticing that slum areas, the people of the slum areas basically involved in various types of criminal natures, or various kind of criminal activities or something. So basically these criminal norms, or you can say this criminal nature becomes a subculture in these slum areas. So that is the thing, those person who are those individuals who are born and brought up from the slum areas, they are basically having that subdeviant subculture between themselves. So basically the existence of deviant subculture is again a particular kind of thing that leads to personal deviation. That the deviant subculture in a society, if there is a particular large number of deviant subcultures, people are conforming to large number of deviant subcultures, then those people who are getting born into those kind of societies, they're also confirming those kind of things, that they will be also confirming that deviant subcultures. So this is the second point, or this is the second type of deviation, personal deviation, that happens according to the Horton and Leslie. According to the Horton and Leslie. Then the third one is outright deviation from generally accepted norms, deliberately hiding one's income. You can say outright deviation from generally accepted norms. Outright deviation, those see, we as a people, the society have certain kind of norms, and we are a basic person, a basic individual, those do not even have that kind of criminal mindset, they are also deviating in their daily to daily life, they are also deviating from these certain kind of norms. For an example, you can say the corruption, is happening in our society, or those you can say those middle class income group people, they are filing the income tax returns, they are hiding their income, their yearly income from the government, and they are filing the income tax returns. So these are basically a good examples that actually happened in like generally accepted norms. When we deviate from our generally accepted norms, we as a people, any middle class people or any kind of people, you might have noticing certain kind of newses that I have noticed that big B, that Amitabh Bachchan, in such year I can't remember, Amitabh Bachchan did not file their income tax or something. So these are basically the deviation, the generally accepted generally deviation happens between any kind of people. Those do not those who did not even have any kind of criminal nature between themselves. So basically how these deviations, how these types of personal deviations create social problems, if you can relate between these three types of personal deviation into our social problems, the first one, that Horton and Leslie says that deviation happens when the conformity to norms of diverse reference groups happens. See, certain kind of things happened in our daily to daily life, as we say that when the norms, a person is involving several kind of groups in her daily to daily life, daily to daily activities. So in a manner when the deviation happens, the norms of any group of deviation happens in a severe manner, that will lead to the social problem. For an example, we can say that if this kind of that religion kind of thing I took, or that caste kind of thing I took, this kind of thing was in the back then in our previous society, is not actually that much happening in our society. Okay, so that becomes a social problem for in that era, in the previous when the industrialization was happening, this caste kind of things or touching the untouchables, these are basically not normalized in the nature. So whenever a brahmin is in also in the office, in the organizational work, if a brahmin is touching some kind of untouchable, that will become a social problem also in that period. So in now period we can say there are several number of groups I am involving in. If I will be not conforming to the student group, if I will be not conforming to the norms of a teacher group, if I will be not conforming to the norms of the societal groups, then all these then there will be conflict, then there will be a classes happened between the all these norms, between all these groups, and I become I will be like personally mentally becomes ill, because there is a several kind of illness, several kind of classes will be happening, several kind of conflicts will be happening. When the personal disorganization happens, then also your social disorganization will happen. So basically we have to relate it through the link, that when the deviation happens, then it will be creating the personal disorganization, then it will be creating some kind of social disorganization. Then the second one, that they said that deviation existence in deviant subculture, existence of deviant subculture. So basically it is the term deviant subculture, it is itself saying that the deviant subculture, the culture have certain kind of deviant subculture. So that is the social problem. So slum people are basically have the mindset of criminal, so that is the social problem, because we are facing that kind of problem. If some kind of robbery will be happening in my home, and in next day there will be some kind of robbery will be happening in my next side home, then that will becomes a social problem. So these personal deviation, the personal deviation leads to personal disorganization, that will leads to social disorganization. The whole funda of personal deviation is about this. You have to link between the personal deviation to the social disorganization, and social disorganization means the social problem. Okay, So this is about your the personal deviation approach. Next I will be moving ahead to the anomy approach, that is the last one in the theoretical approach. Anomy is a term which is introduced by Durkheim. If you people know about Durkheim, who is Durkheim, his full name is Emile Durkheim. This anomy term he gave in his theory of suicide, you can say, or when he talked about that evolutionary kind of society. In those things, he referred to this term, that anomy. Basically, what is the meaning of anomy? Anomy means the breakdown in the cultural structure. Basically, whenever there is a we in our society, we are having some kind of cultural structure. That those cultural structure as are basically the regulatory kind of things that actually we can say that actually shapes the behavior of the individual in to act in a particular manner. So whenever the breakdown of the cultural structure happened, then the anomy happens, or you can say anomy equals to normlessness. I told you people what is the meaning of norm. Norms are the basically code of conduct, and when a society becomes normlessness, that means it is free from any kind of rules and regulations. And just imagine, when our society will be free from any kind of rules and regulations, then what kind of unrest, what kind of problems will be arising in the society. Anyone can do anything, like anyone can murder anyone, or anyone can robbery, theft from anyone. So those kind of unrest will be happening in the society. So basically, anomy is equal to normlessness. So when a society becomes normlessness, when a society do not make their people to conform certain kind of code of conduct, then that society becomes disorganized, or we can say the social problems happen. So after the Durkheim, Merton, R.K. Merton is a person who actually again talked about this anomy term, and he also give a theory about conforming to the norms and goals. So according to Merton, when people do not conform the cultural norms, or you can say when when there is a disjunction between cultural norms and goals, then the socially structured capacities will be breaking down, and that will create some kind of social problems. What is the meaning of cultural norms and goals? In a language of Merton, if I can say, we people in our life have certain kind of norms and goals. Or you can say, he doesn't talk about norms, he talked about in a term of means and goals. We people have certain kind of means and goals in our life. For an example, you might have for an example, you can say you have a kind of goal that you have to you want to become an army officer, you want to become a professor, or you want to become an IAS officer or something like that. So these are the goals you are having, and there are some kind of means you have to follow to achieve their goals. Like you have to study in a particular manner, you have to become healthy to do certain kind of study and to achieve that goal. So these are the means. And when the disjunction between the means and goals happen, then your just talk about yourself, then your goal or the personal system of yourself will be like devastated. Like you are having your goal of to become an officer, to become a professor, for an example, to become a professor, and you are not following those kind of means what you have to follow. So there is a disjunction happened. that you are not studying in a particular way, you are not even studying, you are always playing or doing some kind of other activities, so there will be a kind of disjunction happened, which will affect your goals, and which will affect your goals, and you will be not conforming your goals, you will be not achieving your goals, which will be affecting your whole career. You cannot become anything if you will not study, or if you will not uh, um, if you will not conforming to the means to achieve those goals, then your whole career will be devastated. So in this way, this is the personal problem. Now if we will talk it into a broadened manner to our society, for example, our society have certain kind of cultural goals, and our society have certain kind of cultural means, which we are saying that cultural norms. In when we are talking about in the societal manner, the means will be considered as the norms, because the means norms are the code of conduct, and basically to conform to the goals of the society, we have to follow that kind of norms that actually leads to the path, or leads to the success of the cultural goals of the society. If a person, or if the society, if the individuals of that particular society will not following those kind of cultural norms, and there will be a disjunction between the cultural norms and goals happened, then the normlessness happened, and it will affect the whole society, and the social solidarity become devastated. Okay, getting my point? So basically, anomy is the counterpart of the idea of social solidarity. You might have known about what is the meaning of social solidarity. Social solidarity, basically we say that the we feelingness between the group of, between the people of a particular society. This is the anomy, is the total different, or you can say the counterpart of this social solidarity. When there is no we feelingness between the people of that particular society, when there is no integration between the people of that particular society, then the anomy happens, then the normlessness happens, and it will create several social problems. For an example of, I just told you in a minute ago, that it will create some kind of unrest, that you can say the unemployment, you can say the insecurity, you can say the food insecurity, you can say social insecurity, confusion, any kind of problems it can be developing in the nature. So basically what happens, anomy is so basically what happens in the anomy approach, if I can say in one word, what is the meaning of anomy approach? When the people of the society, when the people of the society are not conforming to particular cultural norms and goals, then the disjunction happens, and which will leads to the breakdown of the society. And when the breakdown of the society happens, and when the breakdown of the society happens, then you can say the society, the social disorganization again happens, and the social problems, several kind of social problems, it will be in the society, several kind of social problems will arise. So basically, when we are the individuals rejecting the cultural goals or the institutionalized means of our particular, of our society, then the anomy things happened, and the breakdown of the society and the breakdown of the cultural structure happens. So basically, the anomy approach says that about the normlessness of the society, which creates a lot of problem, like social security, social insecurity, confusion, normlessness, integrate ideological integration, hamper in the ideological integration, hamper in the social solidarity, and several kind of social problems it will arise. So these are the theoretical approaches of the social problems in India we are studying. What which are given in your unit 1, that is the theoretical approaches of the social problems. That the first one is the social disorganization approach, then the second one is your personal uh, cultural lag approach, then the third one is your value conflict approach, then the fourth one is your personal deviation approach, and the fifth one is your anomy approach. So these are the five approaches we basically study in the theoretical approaches of social problems. In the next class we will be studying about the social problems and social disorganization. You might have noticed that I am referring several times, I am referring to this particular term of social disorganization. So basically the whole social problems, when we are talking about the social problems, that will again leads to the disorganization of the society. And what are the effects of the social disorganization, that we will be studying in our next class. So thank you class for listening to my lecture. If any doubt, please ask in the next class. We'll be seeing in the next
Thank you,
class.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tribe is a, hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Uh, so you should have let me know because I am mic off because I am telling all those things. Okay. So you see the series of definitions given by the earlier anthropologist given by Morgan, Taylor, Perry, Rivers, and Louis to cover the social group known as tribe. And if we see the orthodox definition of tribes, revealed in dictionary of anthropology, that states that tribe is a social group, usually with a definitions are dialect, cultural homogeneity, unifying social organizational. So it may include several subgroups such as cities or villages. It may have common ancestors as well as presiding deities. The families or small communities making up a tribe are linked through economic, social, religious, or blood ties, that is kinship bonds. We are discussing the tribe, the concept, features, and its problems. That is Unit 3 we are discussing. So, a tribe is a group of people usually staying in jungle areas, in small localities, absolutely illiterate poor, hardly clad in clothes, usually dark and frail, fully living within their own community, whose marriage always takes place among themselves, engaged in hunting, searching for roots, shoots, and fruits as their veg food and roasted animals as non-veg food, completely oblivious of the country's political, economic conditions, residing all efforts of development and have a strong dislike for strangers and educated modern communities. Okay, so according to River, he has added a criteria of having single government and acting together for which common purpose of warfare. warfare. And Professor Perry thinks that a common dialect and a common territory should be treated as a criteria for leveling a group as tribe. Professor S.C. Dubé remarked that Perry, partly because of isolations and partly because of their limited worldview that characterized by lack of historical depth and overall traditions, orientations. They are integrated themes and special culture focus give them a separate cultural identity, and they often possesses latent and manifest value, attitudes, and motivational system which are remarkably different from those of other programs. So these are given by the S.C. Dubé. Sinha also defined tribal as a, essentially pre-literate groups living in relative isolations in hills, forest, or in plains, striking the forest, who are apparently outside the threshold of programming hierarchical civilizations. So these are the definitions. Here I am telling you the concept of time. What is the concept? You know, in contemporary India, the word time has leafy culture or social implications. It has become the watchword of the political consciousness of a particular group of people in the country, like caste consciousness or regional consciousness or tribal consciousness, is fast developing to be a political tool which has become symbolic of privileged treatment. separatist tendencies, and in place of barrier to national unity. Okay, so if we defining, if we conceptualizing the crime in contemporary India, crime has a deeply cultural or social implication, and it has become the watchword of political consciousness. Right, the concept it was the watchword of the political consciousness of a particular group of people in the country. Like caste consciousness or regional consciousness, tribal consciousness is fast developing to be a political tool, which has become symbolic of privileged treatment, separatist tendencies, and in place of barrier to national integration. And the tribal as a man, is simple, humble, possesses great amount of feeling for his co-religious and kinsmen in particular and community members in general. And they grow in the intimacy of the social atmosphere of his community. His close association with nature inspires him to live a carefree life. Okay? Then they feel in pleasure in roaming about hills, forest, fields, and nature makes him intimate with the environment. He often meets friends, visits his own relations on different festive occasions, and in periodical new relations and association with the people. So again, if we conceptualize purely for sake of classification and enumeration, the British government in India introduced the category of tribe with occasional qualifying prefix like hill and Jagan, Aboriginal, indigenous to designate these. Who classifies? British government in India introduced the category of tribe. Tribe means in bracket, quote unquote, occasional qualifying prefix like hill and jungles, aboriginal and indigenous. And the word tribe had been hitherto used by European historians. You just remember the word tribe had been hitherto used by European historians to refer to such distinctive groups of people as the Gokuls or the Anglo-Saxons in Europe. And such autonomous political groups as Lichvi Mullah, Jadui Khassa in ancient India, or such wide descent groups as the tribes of Israel or the Arab tribes in Western Asia. And social anthropologists like Rivers were using the word in reference to the people of Melanesian, where each hilltop or valley sheltered groups of people who were politically autonomous, and as if to show that we are constantly at war with each other. It is significant to note that unaffected by its usage in India, British social anthropologists like Radcliffe Brown, Ivan Pichars, Force, Nadals have used your try to refer an autonomous political unit which lives on
its own territory and possesses its own distinctive way of life. In the Indian context, efforts have been made to find common denominators, if not a common definitions of the word tribe. The Commissioner of Commissioner for Scheduled Tribes, Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribes, in his report for the year 1952, has listed 8 such common features. What are the such common features? These are: first one, these they live away from the civilized world in the inaccessible part, laying in the forest and woods. Second, they belong to either one of the three stocks, Beetles, Australoid, or Mongol. They speak the same tribal language, profess primitive soul known as animism, in which the worship of ghosts and spirits is the most important element. Next, follow primitive occupations such as gleaning, hunting, gathering, and for forest products. They are largely carnivorous, or you can say flesh or meat eaters. They live either naked or semi-naked using tree barks and leaves for clothing, and they have nomadic habits and love for drink and dance. These are the points. Then what are the characteristics of a tribal community? You remember common territory. A tribe is a territorial community. It means that the tribe has a definite territory in which its members reside. For example, the Naga, the Nama, etc. And second characteristic is collective of families. So, as the definitions of tribe cited above, that clarify tribal constitute a collection of families. These collections may have previous cycle. These families which normally have blood relations, themselves could be material or patriarchal in nature. Another is common name. Every tribe has its own name. Each tribe is known to other tribes by its distinctive name. Example of some Indian tribes: Garo, Kasim, Khasa, Naga, Renama, Naga, Simha, Naga, Libu, Santal, Embu, Gold, Kota, Bagada, Iradu, Persa, etc. So the common another is common language. The members of tribes speak a particular language. Different tribes speak different language, and these languages are not different from. But themselves differ from one another. Common language contribute much of developed community today. Since these languages do not have state of their own education communities. Next is common ancestors. The tribal claims that they have a common ancestors, a major part of the sense of unity in the tribe. That community tribe tie the law. Another criteria is common
Sir, your voice is breaking, sir. Could not hear properly.
voice is breaking.
Yes, sir.
Now is it okay? Okay?
Sir.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Then next characteristics is common religion. Tribe has common religion. Is the tribal organizations. Also, nature worship is common among them. In addition to the ancestral worship and nature of worship, the tribal practice other type of faith such as fetishism, animism, totemism. That is, magic is also a widespread among them. The tribal social and political organizations are based on this religion. So, religious ceremonies, a sizable proportion of Nagas, Mijos, Santals, Orans, and Mundas, etc., have embraced Christianity, while some tribals such as Bhutia, Lepcha, Chamka have largely identified with Buddhism. So these are the common religious characteristics. Another next characteristics is common culture. So each tribe has a way of life of its own. Each tribe has its own way of behaving, thinking, feeling, and acting. So each has its own custom, traditions, morals, values, its own peculiar institutions, in brief, its own cultures. The very peculiarities of tribe reveal that it has a distinctive culture of its own. Next is common political organizations. So each tribe has its own political system. Tribal chiefs normally exercise authority over all the other members. The chieftainship is normally hereditary. He occupies an important position in the tribal society. The tribals do not possess a government in the modern sense of term, but they do have their own tribal government, tribal council, tribal court, judicial system. Santal, for example, an advanced tribe has a village council, the members of which are democratically elected. Nagaland emerged on the 1st of the December 1963 as the 16th state of Republic of India and Meghalaya in 1972. So another characteristic is feeling unity. The members of a tribe always feel that they are united. So this sense of unity is essential for them to retain their identity. Tribals are normally cohesive and they fight against common enemies as one man. They are ever ready to address the injustice done to the group of the individuals. So another is common economic organizations. As against 73% national average, 91% of tribal workers are engaged in agriculture. About 3% of tribal are engaged in manufacturing against national average of 11% and 5% retail service. These are the economic organization or common economic. Then organization of a class. So the clans. The clan or chief is an important part of tribal organizations. The clan includes all the relatives of mothers, of fathers, of the children of one ancestors. So people belonging to a clan trace their origin to one ancestors, and descendants of a clan are of either matrilineal or patrilineal lineage. Then prevalence of dormitories. The another characteristics of tribals. Tribal community has peculiar features which is evident in form of common sleeping chambers of dormitories such as organizations, prayer, youth of tribals. So these are the centers which perceive preserves tribal legends, music, dance, pottery, etc. So simplicity and self-sufficiency. A tribal society is not complex, but simple in character. Hunting, fishing, and collection of roots, fruits, and nuts, berries, honeys, forest products are their main means of sustenance. Some have taken to cultivate cultivation also. Okay, so these are the mm, common characteristics of need of protections is also another characteristics. The tribal always experience and need for protections. Hence, they are a cohesive group. A tribe is a homogeneous group also. So there is also diversity and more unity and uniformity. Ethnic, political lineages and other kinds are also different. This is also endogamous group. So though not always the member of the tribe generally marry among themselves, marrying within one group is called endogamy. So each tribe has many clans within itself, and these are exogamous in nature. The tribal practice endogamy probably to maintain the purity of Lord and cultural beauty particularities, and to preserve the property within the group. So I have given the definitions, characteristics, and concept features. So the major problems I'm discussing. So the culture and language of major tribes. If we discuss shortly, unity and diversity is one of the most spectacular features amongst the population of India. And tribal culture is the culture of India, their traditions, practices interpenetrates almost all the aspects of life, Indo-Tibetan languages. Indian tribal culture has also uh, a tremendous merging of cultures within the own people. So, northern region, the tribes of Himachal Pradesh have marked their own charts in Indian subcontinent, and there are for their distinct tribal cultures. Tribes of Himachal Pradesh are scattered in different parts in this state and have occupied a considerable percentage of India. Dancing, musical melodies, festivals, fairs, etc. More evidence to it. If you're talking about western region, there are over 6 million Adivasi and tribal people in Gujarat. They mainly inhabit the terrain region of Adivasi. groups in the term of artificial. And next we discuss about the eastern region. The tribals of Nagaland constitute a major percentage of total population of the state. Angami tribe, Evo tribe, Saxony tribe, all these. And the southern region tribes of Goa from integral part of the rich cultural heritage of the state. And tribal religions, the earliest theory about primitive tribal religion, and to trace the origin of them explain. And Taylor, according to Taylor, primitive tribal man had certain experiences with his dreams. He engaged in various types of activities even while he is sleeping. Tribal religion, however, includes much more than animism. There is an instant of the belief, I God. I God is the personality, separate from the altogether separate one, other deities and other spirits, and the master and often maker of the universe and the man. So these are the things. Uh, Types of central India and religion. In the present day, by Mundas of Midnapur believe that the supernatural world is infested with many spirits of varieties, natures, and potentialities. A few of these spirits are considered benevolent, like those of the fish, and they are received a feast and also are propitiated for the welfare of the people. And one more thing you must know that the PVTG, that is particular vulnerable tribal groups, in general are socially as well as economically very backward in the sense that they have likely little access to the resources for their development, low rate of literacy, relatively small population size, dwindling in numbers. Some of groups are at hordes of extinctions, state-wise these PVTG. So there are 75 communities on it. If you are talking about geographical distribution of tribes, so India is the home of one of the largest number of tribes in the world. The tribal have characteristics of their own. They differ from common Indian population both in character and composite compositions. In an all India basis, Indian non-tribal populations vary widely from place to place according to the natural surroundings. Okay, are you getting me? Am I audible, dear students?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I am discussing about the tribal that are in tribes. I am almost going to cover every minute for complete distance. So if there are so many geographical and religious and their territorial problems are there. So still some constitutional safeguards also there. What are the constitutional safeguards? Maybe our constitution provides a number of provisions to ensure development and protection of tribal culture and society. And the basic idea behind this was to ensure state support for less privileged actions of society by providing reservations in legislatures and government jobs. Their participations in the affairs of the state as ensured, and constitutional provisions for the upliftment of rights may be divided into two parts. First is protective, second is development. Provisions for the administrations for the tribal areas of Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Mizoram are made in the this scheduled of constitutions, and while scheduled tribes inhabiting other states other than Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Mizoram dealt with the uh, fifth schedule, that was sixth and the fifth schedule, and the provision made by fifth schedule are tribes advisory council are to be constituted to give advice and welfare, advancement of the scheduled tribes in the states, as many be referred to there by governor. Second, the governor is also authorized to make regulations to prohibit or restrict the transfer of land by or among members of or scheduled tribes to regulate the allotment of the land. Okay, so these are the constitutional safeguards, maybe like the Article 23, traffic in human beings, beggar, or similar forms of forced labor are prohibited. So this is a very significant provision so far the civil rights are concerned. Article 29, cultural and educational rights, that according to this article, culture or linguistic minority has right to culture its language or cultures. The state shall not impose upon its any culture other than the community cultures. Then Article 164 is the rights for minister in charge of the tribal welfare in the state of Bihar, Odisha, and Meghalaya. Article 330, 332, 334. According to these articles, seats shall be reserved for the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes in legislative boards. 338, it says that shall be special officer for the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes to be appointed by the president. So, all these are the things. With this, I completed this unit today. Okay. So, with this, thank you all for attentively listening. Hello. Hello, students. I am leaving now. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.